workshop on NEP 2020 at the school level to go fresh and energized. I hope you are ready for day 2. This will be the fourth technical session that we will have this morning, and we are very privileged to have amongst us Dr. R. Ravi, who has also shared his insight and talked about vocational education at the school level in the light of NEP 2020 yesterday. He said in the technical session. Just to remind you, Sir is the head of the Department of Humanities, Social Science, Education and Research, PSS Central Institute of Vocational Education. Sir is also an associate professor of chemistry in the department, Bhopal, Madhya Pradesh. I request Sir to kindly come to the dais and take his place. We also have with us key resource person this morning, Professor Ahmad Sharma, Dr. Pendarisa Kaduli, and Sri Anwar H. Mazumdar. I kindly request the resource person also to kindly come up to the dais and please be seated. Thank you, sir. Thank you, madam. So I hand it over to that.
Good morning, everyone. A very warm welcome to all of you as we gather here today for the technical session 4. I am honored to be your chairperson for this significant event, where we will be delved into various aspects of teacher education, professional development, implications and initiatives related to National Education Policy 2020. The NEP 2020 marks a significant milestone in our education system, as it brings forth a visionary approach towards transforming our schools and empowering our teachers. It recognizes the critical role of teachers as the catalyst of change and emphasizes their continuous professional development. Today we will explore how the NEP 2020 will pave the way for enhancing the capability and capacity of our esteemed educators. I am confident that this technical session will provide a platform for fruitful discussions and the exchange of ideas among esteemed educators, policymakers, and researchers present here. I encourage all participants to actively engage in this session, share their insights, and contribute to our collaborative understanding of these critical topics. So we have our first speaker, Professor Abha Sharma from SCRT, New Delhi. Madam has about more than 20 years of experience in teacher education. She has been working with various organizations like NCRT, even MHRD projects. She has published several research papers and got involved in digital resource development and other activities. So, Madam was here yesterday. You must have heard about her, the way she was talking, which is more inspiring, motivating. Thank you, Madam. So, Madam will be talking about teacher education in view of NEP 2020. So, teacher education in view of NEP 2020 is a crucial aspect of educational reform. The policy recognizes the need to enhance the quality of teacher training programs, emphasizing multidisciplinary perspectives and pedagogical innovations. It aims to equip teachers with the necessary skills and knowledge to foster holistic development in students and promote a learner-centric approach. By investing in teacher education, we lay a strong foundation for the successful implementation of NEP's transformative goals in our educational system. So I invite Madam to deliver on this topic.
Can I have a publish mic?
Good morning, everyone. Am I audible? But you are not. Good morning. Good morning. Okay, better. So, before we start, let me, the beautiful word right from yesterday, you are listening, that is experiential learning. So, let's start the experiential learning right from this moment. Before introduction and before proceeding for my presentation, I would like all of you to just hold on, stand. Please stand up. Okay, now I will be instructing you a little faster. You need to move like that. Be active. You are the teacher educators and the you are from the fraternity of education. Everyone, be smart, be active, and be fast. I need the aggression should be there. Okay, so stand, sit, stand, sit, stand, sit. No cheating. People are not sitting. Sit. Okay, now you have to shake your hands and stand. Okay, stand. Continue shaking. Sit. Stand. Continue shaking. Stand. Sit. Stand. Sit. Now sidewise shaking. Stand. Sit. Stand. Sit. Stand. Sit. Okay, relax now. Fine. So, to start with, may I request that little of stress or little of tension which is moving around in this room, in your brain, in your heart, inside your body, inside anything else, I want it to go out of this place, out of this country, and out of this world as well. So
May I request someone to close the door, switch off lights. Switch off the lights, please. A little faster. Put the curtains if someone can. You would have never seen such a session in any of the conference, but I want to put something different. Okay. So I'll request now, no one will enter the room, please. I'm sorry for that. Beautiful ladies, please maintain the silence with your footwear. Please mind not moving on this wooden floor. Now for just 5 to 7 minutes, I want every one of you to dedicate this 5 to 10 minutes just for yourself, not for anybody else in this world, just for yourself. You would have heard this in the airplane and in COVID as well, that save yourself before you save anybody else. Okay? So this is just 5 minutes for you. 5 minutes for you means 5 minutes for you. Nothing else, just you, your brain, your peace, your mind, your everything. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, may I request all of you to kindly switch off your mobiles, not on the vibration mode, not on silent mode, just switch it off. If someone is not interested, we are going for a relaxation therapy. If someone is not interested, they may kindly help themselves with the library or somewhere else, but not in this room. So greetings and welcome everyone. I'm excited and privileged sharing this time with all of you. And I thank Synod College for this wonderful opportunity. I thank you all for taking your time to participate in this session and taking the time for the peace for yourself. Let's start the session with some relaxation. Feel comfortable wherever you are sitting. Loosen or tight clothing and remove glasses. Now, you can rest your hands in your lap or on the arms of the chair. Take a few slow breaths. Gently close your eyes. Spend a few minutes practicing diaphragmatic breathing. Breathe in, feel the breath. Now breathe out. Within you, you will feel the breath deeply down into your diaphragm. When you are feeling relaxed, picture yourself with the closed eyes, moving towards a secret garden. Ladies and gentlemen, we are moving to a secret garden. Imagine that the sun is shining. The birds are singing, and you are feeling totally safe, totally calm, and totally at peace. You make your way down this path, one step at a time, and feel that there is a soft breeze blowing and the air feels little cool. And you're feeling incredibly happy and peaceful. See, just ahead of you, you see a huge wooden gate. And you know what? We are going to make our way to this gate now. You're still feeling totally safe, totally calm, and totally at peace. One step at a time, and we head towards the gate and towards our secret garden, which is just on the other side. See, you reach and push the gate open and step through to the other side. As you look up and take a step forward, you see in front of you your secret garden. And this is your secret place. Nobody else is allowed here but you. Take a look around. You can see beautiful flowers and big green trees. There's a waterfall too. Feel the velvety grass under your feet, and you feel totally safe, totally calm, and totally at peace. As you take a couple of steps forward, you notice a huge oak tree at the end of your garden. And can you hear birds chirping? Can you hear the wind gently blowing through the trees? Can you hear the water trickling down from your waterfall? As you reach the tree, you're amazed at its size, and you turn around and sat at its base. Relax. Your back resting gently against the bark, knees bent to your chest, with your toes playing with the grass underneath your feet. You take a deep breath in and breathe out. You feel totally safe, totally calm, and totally at peace. In fact, you have never felt this peaceful before. Relax. This is now the time to return back to where we started, taking all of these precious memories and feelings with us. You make your way back towards the garden gate, feeling incredibly peaceful and relaxed. We are now back on the path now and back to where we started. Still feeling totally safe, totally calm, and totally at peace. Please don't open your eyes. Now, all of you, please rub your palms. Don't open your eyes. Feel the warmness. Rub till you feel the warmness. And move them around your face. Now, don't open your eyes. See, you have returned to your surroundings, but you are feeling too calm, and that have replaced any of the anxiety or worry that you originally felt. Now, you need to work on translating this calmness into the rest of your day. You can now slowly open your eyes. Thank you all for spreading smiles, happiness, peace and harmony. Thank you all so very much. And as we have begun the session with one of the coping strategies or the relaxation therapies, let us discuss what all other relaxation therapies a teacher education course should have. Okay, can I have a couple of students or anyone from the participants who can just share little of their experience? How did they feel? Can anyone want to share? Or shall I proceed? Okay. So, in NEP 2020, it is very well said that all the B.Ed programs will train their teacher trainees with the mental health and well-being. So this was just one example of well-being, and I hope you will continue with this in your future, with your students, with your family, and no matter what is the situation with yourself, for sure. So it is also said that all the B.Ed programs will train their teacher trainees with the most recent techniques in the pedagogy, whether it's experimentation, whether it's using the smart classes, the artificial intelligence, or maybe using the instruments for teaching physics, to let them know the beauty of air and pressure in creating the music. Then all the B.Ed programs will train their students in the pedagogy with respect to the foundation literacy and numeracy. Yesterday you have learned about Nipun Bharat. So this is one of the programs our student teachers of B.Ed division of SCRT have presented in one of the village nearby Delhi. All the B.Ed programs will train their teachers or the student teachers and teaching the children with the disabilities. And it is again a slogan from the Honorable Prime Minister, Mr. Narendra Modi, Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas and Sabka Prayas. So ladies and gentlemen, for us, the technology makes things interesting, and for them, it makes it possible. So, okay, so I just wanted to show you one See, we have sent our students to Amar Jyoti. This is one of the NGO which works with CWSM students. So this is the way we actually don't teach such type of papers and the courses in the classroom. Rather we take them to the source where actually they get the practical experience of everything. Okay. So moving ahead, we have also integrated the art in education, which is again, you have learned the theory yesterday, and I need not to repeat how art in education is the important aspect in school as well as teacher education. So art in education, we always believe that theatre is the art of looking at ourselves, and that's the way we give the training. Again, ladies and gentlemen, we don't need the artists and the film stars to be called to our institute stating that we don't have the resources, we don't have the financial support from the government or from anybody else. These are our faculty members only. These are the faculty members who are there in the diets, in other institutes. So it's just taking the help from the neighborhood schools and the neighborhood universities and the institutes. So it's always, people are very hospitable, they're very friendly, they always are there to help us out, and they do come to us for any of these kind of sessions. The next one is, we know that the future belongs to young people with an education and the imagination to create. So again, one of the diet faculty, she helped us for creating this Madhubani art and the art forms of India, which are now at the verge, and we are again trying to pull these art forms of India, the culture of India, into the classrooms. So we tried to teach the teachers, the student teachers, about various art forms which can be used in the pedagogy to teach, and how these art forms can be the part of their teaching learning. Then all the B.Ed programs, we train the teachers with a special interest of the talents. So we at our B.Ed division, we have many of the students who are good at creating the stories and creating the puppets. So it is the supreme art of the teacher to awaken the joy in the creative expressions and the knowledge. So again, we went to CIT and CERT for one of the help regarding, wait, this is something else. Okay, so we went to CIT and CERT for a couple of these puppetry shows and all, wherein our students have showcased their talent, putting up a lot of puppets into their stories, and that's the way they have moved forward. Again, all the B.Ed programs, we have catered to a lot of different types of how they can move with the learner-centered approach, and we've organized many of the workshops. I don't know whether you have heard the name Eklavya or not. So, Kabad se Jugaad is the slogan for that how from best out of waste we can make, and that waste can be created into a improvised apparatus, and that's the way we move forward. So it's not always that we need a fancy sheets and the fancy glittery cards to make the students understand the concepts. With the help of little matchsticks, or with the help of little maybe some wires or something, you can teach the difficult concepts to the students by creating it by yourself. So that's the beauty in this improvised apparatus. Then we always believe in collaborative learning, and that's the way the students forms the group, they collaborate with each other, they collaborate with other things, and that's the way they learn. Okay, now this is again important, that how the students use the educational technology. So anywhere they find a way to this, they try to make sure that. So we went to CIET and CRT, you must be knowing that. And there they have these virtual reality instruments which students have used. So they have learned how the water flows inside the plant system, and how the xylem, the phloem works, and that's the VR CIT and CRT has created. There are a huge lot of other things which CIT and CRT has created. One pen, which is again used for CWS and students, and there are many more other inventions as well. Moving ahead, in addition to this, yeah, so we at B.Ed division of SCRT, we also take care of the sustainable development goals, and we also help in our environment to be sustainable. You people are very lucky to have this greenery and this beauty of this nation. We are little apart from this, so we try on planting the trees every now and then. So this was again a collective and individual responsibility to preserve and tend to the world in which we live. This is from Dalai Lama Ji, and we try putting up the trees and the plants every now and then with the help of students. Then we also talk about equality, how we can give this equity and equality everywhere, had it been with respect to the caste, color, creed, gender, anything. We give the equity, equality, and we take care of each and everything. Then facilitating the peer learning. Peer learning again is a very important concept which is in the wave nowadays. So facilitating peer learning by the workshops on making how the Google Forms can work, which is again organized by students themselves. Physical health, as we see that sound mind has a sound body. So with respect to that, we always take care that you can't really be present for the people in your life if you're not taking care of yourself. Please remember this, and please make sure that every day you take out some time just for yourself. Then yoga again is very much important. Then it has 99% of practice and 1% of theory. You need not to say anything about yoga, so just you need to practice it. Then there are some special, shorter, local teacher education programs, wherein the master instructors promote the local professionals with respect to the knowledge and the skills in promoting the local art, agriculture, business, music, sports, carpentry, and other vocational crafts. So vocation training is again very important. The policy also recommends that SCRT will undertake capacity building programs for the teachers and the principals to create conducive learning environment in schools. NCRT and NEPA will support the design of these programs. We are already working, and each teacher will be expected to participate in at least 50 hours of CPT opportunities every year for their professional development. So we do organize on the weekly basis a 3 days a workshop, or maybe 5 days workshop. There are cycles, cycle 1, cycle 2, cycle 3, so as to cover the schools and the teachers of complete of the Delhi. So along with the teachers, the school principals will also be expected to participate in 50 hours or more of CPD modules per year, covering the leadership and management with a focus on preparing and implementing pedagogical plans based on the competency-based education. So the leadership team attending cluster sessions for primary leadership development program, that is PLDP, for principals of NCD schools as well as for the DOE schools. We have the off-site workshops and the training programs as well. So it's not that we are confined to Delhi. We take the principals and the leadership group to different places in and around this country. Along with they visits there, they also visit to Finland and UK and different countries. Then this is again very important, that is National Mission for Mentoring, with the large pool of outstanding senior retired faculty who would be willing to provide short and long-term mentoring professional support to the university or the college teachers. Then SCRT is very much dedicated for the digital initiatives and ICT in education. These are the books and the teacher manuals for class 6 to 10. So SCRT Delhi developed the books for the students and teachers manuals for the teachers of class 6 for ICT in education for the effective teaching learning process. So SCRT is working wholeheartedly for these digital initiatives. These are the animated e-content of ICT in education for class 6 to 8. And then these are the audio books for CWSN students. Then there is a production of video modules. Then digitization of resource support. And then Diksha, an initiative of Ministry of Education, wherein Delhi State has launched their own Diksha Lead, that is learning through e-resources made accessible for Delhi. These are the energized books developed by SCRT for foundation literacy and numeracy, for entrepreneurship mindset, and for understanding of the ICT. These are the energized books again. And we at BEd Division conduct and organize the international webinars wherein we find that whatever the talent we can pull in from the international institutes, we try to do that. So one Saturday of every month, I organize this international webinar, various important topics. Then TTMS, this is a Teachers Training Management System which we are aggressively working on, and this is the online platform that will consist of a database for profiles of all the teachers within the preview of the program, and it will provide a data-driven calendar of events, the trainings for the teachers focused on teachers' profile in line with their capabilities and the job roles. Also offer visibility of available courses. We can track teachers' engagement and feedback on the quality of the training as well. So this is the digital infrastructure. This is the studio at SCRT. We do record the lessons here. We do record many of the other videos as well. This is again a very beautiful concept of Ek Bharat, Shresth Bharat, which was given by Honorable Prime Minister, that all schools are required to establish EBSB clubs, and SCRTs will prepare 100 sentences in the language of pairs, state or UTs. A nation cannot progress with rote memorization being the mantra to succeed, ladies and gentlemen. जिसके पास विद्या, तर्क शक्ति, विज्ञान, स्मृति शक्ति, तत्परता और कार्यशीलता, ये 6 जिसके पास है उसके लिए कुछ भी असाध्य नहीं होता. And that's what is given in the NEP 2020. Those are the 21st century skills, and we try in the BEd division of NCRT to enhance these critical thinking skills, citizenship, growth mindset, communication, creativity, collaboration, and whatnot. And also be a reflective and a humane teacher. So we are trying to create the humane teachers. So Rabindranath Tagore ji rightly said that a teacher can never truly teach unless he is still learning himself. And a lamp can never light another lamp unless it continues to burn its own flame. So participation of students in national conferences, these are the reflections of whatever the teachings we give, or whatever the workshops we conduct. And students at the BEd level, they have been awarded the best paper presentation prizes at the national conferences on the school and the teacher education. They are also winning various certificates and the school innovation ambassador awards, and they are also there for taking the awards from the Ministry of Culture and association with some of the NGO for participating in the drama, skits, dances and music concerts. Also, many of our second year students, they have participated in the International Teachers Olympiad held by ICSSR on online teachers training platform, and has been placed among the top 1 and top 10 and top 30 percentile scorer candidates globally, and bagged gold, silver, and bronze medals along with the certificates. They are also there for the International Youth Award for the Social Services. So that again is the part of NEP 2020, how you can be the part of this community, how you can help the society. Then they won the various extempore competitions as well. And definitely to make them a humane teacher. Just read one statement today in one of the social media that the children and the youth learn better by imitating you. So I think you need to be the role model for everything. So these are the students who are showing their love. This is the NCERT CIET premises, and they're showing the love to a little bit. And this is one of the students' son. He came to the institute that day, so I was taking care of him. And this is one of the student teacher who just gave birth to a baby 6 months back. So she's writing the examination, and one of the faculty members is taking care of that child. So that's the way we are trying to be the role models in front of the students, so that none of the students should be away from the teaching learning. And we do teach that education for all means we show that education for all, despite of your motherhood, despite of your gender, and despite of your anything else. Thank you very much for this patient listening. Any questions, if there, I would be happy to answer. Thank you so much. Okay, now no teacher, let's clap. So this is a very bad habit of a teacher, and I am a bad teacher that way. No teacher goes without giving a homework. So these 2 acronyms were not used yet yesterday. So I just want you to go through these. This is SARTHAK, that is Students and Teachers Holistic Achievement Through Quality Education. Go for it, study about it. And this is again very recent UGC's new initiative, that is NEP SARTHI, that is Students Ambassador for Academic Reforms and Transforming Higher Education in India. So these are the 2 things. SARTHAK is part 1 and SARTHAK 2 again is there, but SARTHI is a new concept, so you need to go through it and need to know what exactly it is. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, madam, for your commanding, captivating, motivating, and thought-provoking speech. So from this lecture, you must have heard 2 important points. One is the mental stress. So recently you find every person is under stress, including students and the adults. It's a very serious issue. So this has to be handled properly. Because today we find students preparing for all competitive examinations. And those who are employed, they are working under the new directives, day and night, weekends. on different new topics. So there is a lot of stress. So the first thing is we have to train ourselves to relieve from the stress. That is most important. The second one is now the machine has started learning and humans have stopped learning. And very recently, last 6 months, you must have seen how the chat GPT is both helping and spoiling our activities. So now the future will be artificial intelligence. You take any sector, any field, it will be taken up by the artificial intelligence. So what will be the role of humans? This is another question we need to answer very soon. And mainly in education, artificial intelligence has already entered. So it has changed the way we learn, we teach, we make assessments. In Bangalore, in one school, they have a robot teacher which will assist the teacher inside the classroom. Now, what is the role of a teacher? Is it teaching a subject to the student? No. Today, information is available on any topic on internet. So nobody need to give any information. A to Z, all informations are available. Only thing we need to tell students is how to find the information. Okay. So the main role of teacher is training the students, training them on various skills. That is most important. Okay. And last, Madam told, we should be human. That is more important. So thank you, Madam. So we will move on to the next session by Dr. Kundarisha Karbuli. I'm sorry if I pronounced it correctly. So my name is Ravichandran. Everybody calls me Ramachandran. I don't know why. So Madam is from NEP, from this place. And she will be talking about professional development and capacity building of school teachers. So in this we will be discussing about the professional development, capacity building of school teachers. We will examine the importance of providing teachers with necessary tools, training and support to adapt to the changing educational landscape. By focusing on their professional growth, we can ensure that our teachers are well equipped to nurture the next generation of learners. I welcome Madam for this speech.
Am I audible? Thank you very much, Dr. Ravichandran, for giving me this opportunity to have an interaction with our esteemed teachers of the school education on how we can speed up at a micro level the good visions, the features that the NEP 2020 put forth before us. And I'm also very happy that Professor Abha had already spoken much of the points that I'm going to highlight before us. So the topic that has been entrusted to me by the organizers is the professional development and capacity building for school teachers, and I express my gratitude to all the members of this committee who is organizing this very important workshop on a very important theme, giving me the opportunity to reach out to our school teachers. And I was so excited when I got a phone call from them, because I have been training teachers of higher education for the past 30 years, and it's really a beauty to see my teachers of colleges and university behave as students in the classroom. When the assessment evaluation time comes, they are as nervous as their students, and I would, joke with them. I'm going to record your video while they're doing the test, and I'm going to send it to your students, and I hope you also allow your students to do the same thing what you're doing. So this is the beauty of us individually. As adult learners, when we come back to the classroom, we behave just like a child. That childish behavior comes back to us. So this is the beauty of, the continuing learning throughout our life and getting to know many good things. So I will break up this talk into two parts. I would first speak about capacity building. Let us try to understand what is capacity building, and then we will gradually transit to the professional development. So when we speak about capacity building, what is our understanding of capacity building? How do we define capacity building? Let us start understanding capacity building at the micro level. So here we have responsibilities and duties to perform. For what? For a specific role that is being entrusted to us. Do we have the competence? Do we have the ability? Do we have the power? So, when is capacity building initiated? How is capacity building initiated? It starts with a self-realization. So let us try to realize what is the degree of the capacity that we have to carry out our responsibilities, our duties for a specific role, that is the teacher. On the 29th of July 2020, the NEP 2020 was approved, and every nodal agency in the country, be it the University Grants Commission, the NCERT, the AICTE, their duty was to send a notification to all the institutions to disseminate NEP 2020, the policy highlights and the features to stakeholders through every medium, be it the webinars, workshops, social media, and stakeholders that includes the teachers, students, officials, parents, etc. And this is the very reason why we are having this workshop today, even after almost 3 years, because an awareness on NEP 2020 is still very much a demand. Now, self-realization. Ask yourself, I ask myself, how knowledgeable am I with this policy document? What is the percent of knowledge that I have on the policy highlights and its feature? This is how capacity building starts, a self-realization. How knowledgeable am I? Last year, UGC
entrusted on us to run 12 webinars strictly on NEP 2020. Every feature needs to be made aware to the teachers and the stakeholders of higher education, for which this year the Human Resource Development Centers across the country, 66 we have across the countries, we were acknowledged with giving the best as far as this emanation of NEP 2020 is concerned. So, thanks to Synod College for taking this initiative to impart the knowledge of NEP 2020 to our teachers. Again, question. Keep questioning yourself. Ask yourself, am I well versed with the curriculum and pedagogical framework for my level of role and duties? Whether I am a teacher at the foundational stage, or the preparatory stage, or the middle, or the secondary stage, am I well versed with what is in front of me? If not, act from today. Read the 66-page NEP 2020 document if you have not. Do not restrict only to your level of education. Read the entire document that has features for the higher education also, because you are the pivot, you are the pillar, you are the foundation of the future. Through you, the students will know what is in store for them for their higher education. So you cannot restrict only to your level of education. Read the entire document, 66 pages. Go through the frameworks. One which is around, I've forgotten, first one is maybe around 100 or something page, but the second I remember it's 300 page. Go through, and there you realize, what are my deficiencies? What are my strengths? Where do I need to improve so that I can be the fit teacher of the 21st century? This is very, very important, a self-realization. Ask questions, why? Why haven't I kept myself abreast, updated with these guiding rules that empowers me to move ahead with the goals that are in front of me? So, with these questions that you have asked yourself, you have seen the deficiency. Now, if you have not, go back, act, read, reread, understand, till you have the points at the tip of your finger. Then, the capacity building starts here. Do I need help? Is there a serious deficiency in me? How can I go about? Who can help me? These are the things that will come to your mind. And you have already empowered and equipped yourself with the knowledge, and you have already identified, now you know what is your next step. Yes, I need to develop professionally. And from this point onward, you will have no hardships at all, because you have empowered yourself. Because I have empowered myself, now I know exactly what is the next step I need to take. So keep asking questions. Now, I have a weakness, I have deficiency, I need help, and I know where to seek help. But again, ask yourself, what is my goal? Is my goal to achieve an aim? Is the learning that I am going to take up I'm being driven by circumstances? Keep asking yourself. And ultimately, am I filling the gaps of these weaknesses, these deficiencies, to meet the targets of the policy document? Reflect, go back to the 20 years that you have taught. What have you taught? Was your goal to complete the course? Am I feeling, what word should I use? Am I feeling empty when I look back? What have I done? Have I done just to satisfy the policy document, just to complete whatever is being asked to accomplish in the policy document? Or do I need these professional development courses? Learning driven by my own desires. For what? For a goal to develop a skill. And ultimately, what would be the aim? Is the aim to bring in a student learning outcome? Have we been doing this for the years of our services to our future, to a generation who would again lead the state, the country? So these are the questions that we need to ask. And this is how you can effectively build your capabilities. Why do we need organizations to design special programs for our professional development? This is what we have to understand now. Or can we learn by ourselves? You have already empowered yourself at this stage. So now, you yourself will know what would be the right development program for you, serviced by the right people. And you know when is the right time that you need this development program for your capacity building, for developing a skill. Now, what does a right program offer? That's why we as trainers, we also need to bring in a change. We have to transit ourselves from that rigidity. We need to be more flexible. As trainers, we need to put in front of our prospective learners of what is being offered for this particular program in totality, so that my learners will know what I'm going to offer in this program. Why? Think about the efforts you're going to put in for this program. Let us say you're coming for this program for 2 days, and you are spending here for 6 hours a day. So in the 2 days, you are spending 12 hours. In these 12 hours that I have put in my effort, is there anything that I'm going to get after acquiring something from it when I go back? Is there anything that I'm going to give? So these are the questions that we have to keep questioning, asking, so that the apprehensions, the anxiety that we have with regards of the NEP 2020 will be wiped out. Empower yourself at the micro level first. So, is the information by this development program that I'm attending, am I going to get what I need? Will it benefit me? And such training programs, apart from providing the information as of today, we need to also demonstrate. But the most important thing is that involving myself to practice and ultimately check whether I have developed the skill or not. That will empower me when I go back to transfer the skills that I have learned. So, what would be the learning outcome? Can do, will do. But, however, this will have to reflect in the output, that is, to whom you have transferred. So you need to track your receivers, your target audience, of whether what I have developed, is it reflecting in them or not. So, after attending these programs, it will again allow us to reflect whether we are learning. Yes, we have learned, we have relearned, and there are many things that we have to unlearn also. Build, rebuild, and unbuild. Remember these things. Learn, relearn, unlearn. Build, rebuild, and unbuild. So, now coming to what the NEP 2020 highlights, features for teachers at the school education. And ma'am has already highlighted those points, so it has made my talk easier. Now it says we need well-trained, qualified teachers. So there is a clause on specifically the continuous professional development, or the CPD. There will be a certificate program, there will be diploma programs, there will be mentoring, counseling, 50 contact hours per year, professional training, workshop, not only for the teachers but even for the academic administrators, for which all of you are here today as academic administrators. And it also encourages that these trainings can also be carried out through the online or the distance learning. So here we have already emphasized on capacity building at the micro level. Now we come to capacity at the meso and the macro level. So the policy makers, they are the ones at the macro level. And this is what they are providing to us teachers. And at the meso level, it is your head of the institution, my head of the institution. Are we supporting our teachers to develop professionally? So there has to be a synergy between the academic administrators and the teachers to ensure that all teachers should be well trained through professional development. Now again we talk about qualified teachers. After you have empowered yourself with whatever is laid down in the policy document, then you will again come to a self-realization. Am I qualified? If not, then how can I be helped? So I encourage the teachers of the colleges. They have the speciality, the expertise in the organization to meet to your demands. And the colleges, for colleges, this is a wake-up call. There is a heavy demand in the sector. Are you ready? Am I ready to be the provider? Am I ready to supply this demand? We are blessed and fortunate with the NEP 2020 because it gives us the freedom, it gives us the autonomy. So as teachers of the colleges, please design courses that can come in as certificate courses or diploma courses for the current teachers who need to upgrade themselves, who needs to be qualified. Arm them, support them, empowers them through your hard work in designing a special course that can come in the ability enhancement course, that can come in the value added courses. So this is how at the meso and the macro, so the colleges can come under the macro level, working along with the policy makers of the NEP 2020 to make this happen. So how do we differentiate when we talk about getting knowledge through awareness such as these 2-day, 1-day program and your professional development? Now, if you still remember, 50 contact hours per year. In 365 days, let's say you are teaching 180 days, 6 hours a day. Multiply that would come to 6, 8 are. I'm not from maths, I'm very poor in maths, and I slept at 1 last night, so my mind is blocked, so please help me. 180 into 60 comes to how many hours? Foundational, numerical, how were we taught? We cannot come up with an answer in an instant. So 600, 68 are? Huh? 1084 hours. And you need only 50 hours a year. You will not be doing injustice to your students. And you are not only getting awareness, but through demonstration and the grilling, evaluation that these training programs give to you, you will also empower yourself and equip yourself because these training programs run for a longer duration. So this is where we differentiate between dissemination of information and professional development, where you really develop. So I'm very happy that Synod College again is collaborating with the State Department under the DZ. Again, my mind is blocked. Directorate of School. Okay, thank you. Thank you for helping me. This is how you should ask your students to help you. You know? Go back to 2020. Overnight, we had to shift to something that is alien to us. The online teaching. Was I equipped with online teaching 2020? Was I equipped? Ask yourself and give me the answer yes or no. You know, in our training programs, we started with the MOOCs in 2015. Because in 2015, the government of India initiated MOOCs, and we had gone for training to NEPA in Delhi. When we came back, we were so excited, so we integrated the MOOCs into our training program, first through the orientation program, and then in 2017 onwards, we got the 1-week full course on MOOCs. Teachers sleeps. Ma'am, we don't need this. Na lage, your internet nai, ribo. You know, we have teachers from all over, so interesting. From Nagaland, it will not work, madam. No internet, no gadget. I can tell you, yes, that is very true. At that time, even our section of the building didn't have the internet. It was a difficulty. Okay, but now we are equipped. Therefore, every classroom has a smart board. Ask for extra classroom, immediately will get it. But I asked myself, smart board was installed last year in my center. I asked myself, am I using it? Am I using it to the maximum? Or is it being underutilized? I'm asking for infrastructure. I'm asking for classroom. We were provided with. Am I utilizing it to the maximum? Ask yourself. Is it being underutilized? And feel guilty. Cry, bleed. Because we are not introspecting. We are looking up there. I don't know how to use the smart board. I need help. This is my deficiency. This is my weakness. Where can I get help from? Do I sit or do I explore until I get the help? Go back to your institution. Look around. Note down. You are crying for deficient, government, provide. Introspect, ask yourself. It is there, but I was blind. Because why? Because I wanted to work in my comfort zone as per my convenience. Change. This is where we need to change. I have the most outdated smartphone. In my workplace, I have the most outdated desktop in my workplace. At home, I have a laptop that is 13 years old because I care for the environment. And yet, these three outdated friends of mine are giving me the 100% service to accomplish reaching to the unreached across the nation to all the teachers, to still keep my training programs vibrant and dynamic. Enough of complaints, enough of grumbling, enough of mumbling. I told myself, try, work. Do they work or not? So, if we go for these training programs, for these professional development programs, what do I get out of it? Is there anything that is going to motivate me, to keep me trying to develop, to gain these abilities? Yes. The government again promises teachers of school education that you will be incentivized. Your salary will increase. You will get your promotions. Do you believe the word of your leaders of the government? Yes or no? Yes or no? Yes. Good. In the colleges, ask my friends who have come for my training programs. I always take a particular, topic on, teachers' promotions. 2009, the 6th Pay Commission came up with these promises for the teachers. So, themselves, I took up this challenge to talk to my teachers without knowing the guidelines much. But I took the risk, I gambled, I went to the class and talked about the gas. Everybody looked at me with big eyes. Some of them were yawning, some of them were angry. And even to today, madam, this, that, blah, blah. I said, why are you targeting me? This is not I. It is the government. At least thank me for giving you the awareness. So in 2009, when I spoke about, 2009, then, so teachers would say, impossible, it will not happen. I said, you need a PhD, please do a PhD. Motivated them, encouraged them. No, we don't need. 2018, a regulation came that when you move from assistant professor, level 3 to associate professor, PhD is mandatory. You did not do it. You were given awareness 8 years back, but you didn't do it. And at that time, I used to tell my friends, if you do not act, a day will come you will ask yourself, मैं कहाँ हूँ, मैं कौन हूँ, मैं क्या कर रहा हूँ. I'm telling you, these things are very, very important. So please, after this training, go back, act, because there's so much in store for you. The government did not turn back on its word. When it says that teachers of higher education in colleges, I taught in Synod College for 11 and a half years, but we were stuck only up to the lecture. But, however, associate professor came, and now even professor. Are you prepared? Because conditions are there to reach to that stage. And you will have to show, indicate your performance appraisal. You will be assessed. Peer review, attendance, commitment, services to school and community, everything. And now many teachers are saying, headache, I have come grey, BP, hypertension, sugar. Why? Too much work. Administration, this, that, and no promotion because we could not write papers, because this, that, all those. Start from now, so that when the time comes, you will not be in trouble, you will be calm and happy because you have worked. And your promotion is deserved, merit. You have everything indicated as points. So there will be recognition, there will be promotion, there will be incentives, and promotions will be fast-tracked, just like the US. Even you join in, for example, the teachers in college, they join in as assistant professor level 1. In 3 years, if they have what the requirements are, they can become professors. Fast-track promotion. So, thank you. And I ask each one of you to rise up and build the nation, build the state. We are the ones who have to build the nation and the state. And I would want to conclude. Are you ready to join for a professional certificate course this evening itself? Are you ready? If there is an offer for you. Yes or no? Yes. So this is a humble request for the teachers of the colleges of Synod College. Kindly mentor. Show them what is mentoring is from this workshop, from today itself. Kindly mentor all the 200, 300 teachers who are present here to register for the online course through Swine. Have you heard of Swine? No. So they will help you, and I will also share with you the video recordings that I have just completed in my university. Through my university YouTube channel, you can go through those videos of how you can get these excellent courses offered by teachers of IIT, teachers of reputed institutions of the country. And you can do it at your own sweet time, from anywhere, at any time. It's not going to disrupt you, and your academic administrators or principals are going to load you with 5-star. You have promoted the institution without disrupting the working of the institution. And I tell you, people are still having negative thoughts about online teaching and learning. Don't forget that, yes, I prefer this face-to-face interaction with my teacher participants. But we have to be prepared if there are disruptions. And nowadays we see a lot of disruptions. Climatic condition, you have to stay home. Social unrest, you have to stay home. And pray to God that the social distancing like 2020 never comes back. Equip, skill, prepare yourself. If this is not working, I can immediately shift to this one and reach the unreached. And then, apart from that, you will also see that you are going to do these courses, and from this semester itself, because it runs for a semester, you have already been awarded with a certificate, and that to carry credits. Because I cannot offer you the training right now. Nor can the college, can you offer them a 1 week training immediately? Not possible, but you will work on it? Yes or no? But on the 23rd of June, Human Resource Development Center, Northeastern Hill University, for which I serve, will be conducting a one-day national webinar on SWIME and MOOCs. Of course, these are targeted at the higher education, but I have consulted with my colleague, Dr. Kohli Viswasdas. We said that no, it's high time that we move out of that rigidity. Let us also involve our teachers. So if you want to attend the webinar, free of cost, you can go to our website www.hrdcnehu, H for human, R for resource, D for development, C for center, nehu.com. Click on courses, then you will see the webinar, click on register, and you can register and sit for that. We have a series of webinars, but the other programs, I'm sorry, I cannot offer you because they are targeted for faculty of higher education. All the short-term courses, the faculty development, the refresh courses, etc. But you can attend the webinars. Though the other webinars, again, will be targeted for higher education, but if you want to learn, why not? So you can attend for all the 10 webinars that we still have in hand. So thank you so much for your patiently listening. I hope I have not overspent it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, madam, for a very soft, sweet, and thought-provoking session. So you raised several questions. Ask yourself, whatever you want to do or whatever you want to have, ask yourself. Then you will get the answer. So once there was an army commander. After greeting the regiment people, he asked, "Do you need anything?" But after that, he added another sentence. "I will tell you how to do that without what you are asking for." So there are ways to do. Okay. Always we tell, "No, I don't have this, I don't have that." That is not a solution. There is no solution for that. We have lot of resources around us, which we don't bother. Okay. So madam told we need to perform. Everybody, teacher, student, everybody need to perform, otherwise we will perish. And we have to self-learn, because knowledge has become very dynamic. It is not sufficient what we studied. Every 2-3 years, the knowledge, information keeps changing. It's highly dynamic. So we need to update ourselves. And nowadays everything is outcome based. We give more emphasis on learning outcome. Our curriculum, everything is learning outcome based. That is the purpose. And our assessment is competency based. Our students and us, everyone needs to be competitive. We need to have the required skills. So for all this, we need to be innovative. Even yesterday, a lot was spoken about innovation. The routine work may not help these days. You have to rethink, think out of the box. Well, whenever somebody asks for some calculation, we have a fixed method of calculation. And nowadays, we depend more on the mobile for even simple calculations. So we should give freedom to our students to think independently. We should not provide them one way, one methodology. Let the student think. Let them come out with multiple ways of doing the same thing. So innovation is very, very important, and we need to be smart. Today everything is smart. The same thing, if it is done by several people, somebody will do it quickly, somebody will be very interesting. So if you are smart, then you will be able to be successful in life. So we need to learn how we can be smart in whatever we do. We have the third speaker. Speaker is there.
We're very happy to have amongst us Shri A.H. Mazumdar, who is the third resource person for this morning. I welcome you, sir, and I request one of our students to kindly felicitate sir.
So I have very much connected with the defense army because I am from science school. So science school students are very special when you compare with all other students. We were never taught anything in the class. Always we were put into the task. We are allowed to learn ourselves by doing it. Today, my classmate is Lieutenant General in Northeast. That's a great achievement. And I remember in NDA, National Defense Academy, the first years just joined, and the commandant asked, "Do you have any problems?" So, being first years, no, they started telling, "We are not having that, we are not having this, small things." Okay, he told, all your things will be sorted out immediately. He called the final year, gave them severe punishment. The final year called the second years, again gave severe punishment. Is this the way you teach the first years? So in life there are so many small things. Don't bother about them because life there are several big issues to face. So let us spend more time on quality things. So now the third session we have our speaker, Shri Anwar Mazumdar, Vice Principal, Army Public School in Shillong. So sir will be talking about NEP 2020, reimagining implications and initiatives. The policy envisioned a learner-centric, flexible and multidisciplinary education system that promotes holistic development. We will examine the challenges and opportunities in implementing this policy and discuss the initiatives undertaken at various levels to bring about the desired change in our education ecosystem. Sir, I welcome you for your speech.
Good morning, everyone. Honorable speakers and dear educators. Today I am here to discuss NEP 2020, reimagining implications and initiatives. See, this is your second day regarding National Education Policy 2020. I hope you have already gathered a lot of information about what National Education Policy 2020 is. Now today what we will do is that I will be discussing these pertinent questions. The first four are, you can see what is the objective, what is the plan of action, what is in the pipeline, and how do we plan to implement the objective. And another four, we have what is the impact of implementations, what are the takeaways, and how is it different, and how is it better. We'll begin with the first four questions, and by the time we reach the end, we'll know the answer of the last four questions. Before I begin, I want a few from among you to share your understanding of one of the most remarkable features of National Education Policy 2020. I want some volunteers, as I am aware that okay, this is your second day and we have learned a lot about NEP. Just your understanding of one of the most remarkable feature of National Education Policy 2020. I want a few volunteers who can stand up so that they can give the microphone. See, I want you to interact. Don't worry about your answer, whether it is right or wrong. Here, everything is right. I want 3 volunteers out of 203 educators to share your understanding of one of the most remarkable feature of National Education Policy 2020. Or I can make it more simpler. You can tell which policy or which features of National Education Policy is the most striking one. Or you can tell me which feature of this National Education Policy will have the greatest impact in the future of education in our country. Or you can tell me the feature of National Education Policy which you found or which you find most revolutionary and evolutionary. Is there anyone? Yes, ma'am is there. Kindly give the microphone. Any of these 3 questions you can give answer. Just a minute, ma'am.
The policy itself is a very good one, so we are looking forward to implementing the entire policy. But experiential learning, I think, is the most attractive feature according to me. There are several others, but the most interesting one, I think, would lead to the most important goal that we want to achieve is the experiential learning.
Thank you, ma'am. It's very insightful. I'll be touching this in today's session. Yes, sir.
Good morning, sir. What I found the most interest from the NEP is the strength module, and the other is vocational training. These are the 2 that if we can implement in the school, it will really give the momentum to the children.
Sir, could you just repeat once again?
The strength model, and the other one is vocational training.
Vocational training. Thank you, sir. Anyone else? As I mentioned, see, you don't have to worry about your answers here. Everything is right, everything is correct, everything is perfect. Anyone else? Okay. Yes.
I think the point where
Interdisciplinary approach.
I find that very striking because as a student you were never asked to, if I write English, I want to learn even physics.
So I feel the interdisciplinary, for students, I feel envious about it for the next generation which is coming up with this NEP.
So no hard separation of art, science and commerce. Thank you, ma'am. Now, National Education Policy 2020. See, it is a step forward. This is the 3rd educational policy which is introduced in our country. I hope the other speakers, they have already mentioned about it. The first National Education Policy which we got in 1968, followed by 1986, and finally in 2020, we got the 3rd National Education Policy. Now what it does? It is a step forward. So this policy actually adds to and improves upon the previous education policies which are introduced in our country. It is a vision and a mission. Now how it is a vision and a mission? Here we are talking about an education system which will contribute to the, yes, could you complete the remaining part of this? What it will do? The NEP, anyone? Education system which we are talking about, this will contribute to what? Equitable. When we say equitable, what do we mean? What do we understand? Equity. We studied in social science, we studied in economics also equity. So here we are going to learn about or know about an education system. We are going to experience about an education system which will talk about the equitable, vibrant knowledge society. Vibrant. The two key terms are equitable and vibrant. When we say something vibrant, that means it is very spirited. It is very lively. Knowledge society by providing the last part of this, high quality education to all. It's not just by providing education to all. Here the key term is by providing high quality education to all. Everyone, every child, every learner of our country, they will be provided with high quality education so that they will prosper, they will be able to face the challenges in life. It is a bridge between our identity and innovation. When we say it is a bridge between our identity and innovation, actually this policy tries to build a bridge between Indian ethos, Indian culture, Indian philosophy with modern techniques, trainings and technologies in education. This policy proposes to make things better for all the stakeholders. Now, what are the key principles of National Education Policy 2020? Recognizing, identifying and fostering the unique capabilities of each student. So that means, what is the aim of this policy? As the other speakers they have mentioned, I joined a little late today, I have heard, they are talking about the holistic, they talked about the holistic development of all the learners. And yes, the policy aims for this. It will identify, recognize and foster the unique, the special capabilities of each student. And the emphasis is on conceptual understanding. That means no more learning for the examination. No more rote learning. Here they will learn how to learn. Creativity and critical thinking. Now this will encourage logical decision making and innovation. You are aware about the Bloom's taxonomy, the 6 basic things. There creativity is placed at the top. And this policy talks about this, creativity and critical thinking. And this will lead to what? Logical decision making and innovation, which are very much required in today's world. Yes, I am also using technology. So here this policy talks about the extensive use of technology not only in teaching and learning process, even in other fields. Equipping the teachers, technology is being used. I'll be coming to this later. I have already mentioned about equitable, vibrant knowledge society. Here it is equity and inclusion. When we say equity and inclusion, means hindrances of opportunities will not be there at all. No hindrances. Education will be accessible for all children based on their aptitude, attitude and ability. Every child will get an opportunity to improve his or her life, to access better facility, to fulfill his or her dream, to pursue a fulfilling career, to join the workforce and contribute productively for the benefit of society. No cultural and inherited advantages. Community participation. It is not simply the job of the government. Here everyone will participate. Everyone will contribute. I hope you are aware about Vidyanjali initiative. Is there anyone here among 203 who have heard about Vidyanjali initiative? Okay, ma'am, only one here out of 203. Now you know what is being done in that. This is a new initiative started by Government of India, where the government schools, they are requested to register. They are requested to upload their requirement. Now anyone can contribute. Say for example, in a school, that particular school does not have maths teacher. So that particular school upload its requirement that maths teacher is required for 7 and 8. So any individual volunteer or an alumni of your school also, he can register, she can register and accordingly follow it up. So it is not the school who has to register. It is the individual, all of us, we can visit Vidyanjali website, we can register as participant and we can mention what we can contribute. There are many schools who have already uploaded their requirements. They require counselor. They require a career workshop. Now, what we can do as an individual, we can register as an educational institution, you can register, you can upload your requirement. So when others will see what they can do, they can follow it up. So that's why it is community participation. It is not simply the task of the government. Everything is totally changed. Now we have respect for diversity and local context. Many a times, I am also from Northeast, we complain that topics from Northeast is not included in the NCERT curriculum. Now this policy, what it says, that NCERT will make or will design, they have already designed national curriculum framework for school education. They have already designed national curriculum framework for foundational stage. They have published the textbooks and they will publish the textbooks. NCERT will keep on publishing the textbook. But this policy says, since education is in concurrent list, the state will frame its own policy based on NEP 2020, based on NCF foundational stage, based on NCF school education. State will publish its own textbook incorporating the local flavor. So we will not have any more complaint about that, yes, Northeast is neglected. The history of Northeast, the literature, the culture, the tradition of Northeast is neglected. Individual state will take care of these. Now, what are the core areas? Early childhood education, interdisciplinary education, multilinguistic education, life skill and vocational education. In the earlier policies, the first policy 1968, second one 1986, various attempts were made to incorporate all this in the education system, but with limited success. NEP or National Education Policy 2020 makes a comprehensive plan to include all these and revolutionize the government's approach to education. Now the first one, which is very important, early childhood care and education, EC2E or ECCE. Why is it necessary? Already some of the speakers, they might have mentioned. 85% of child's cumulative brain development occurs prior to the age of 6. So in order to ensure healthy brain development and growth, appropriate care and stimulation of the brain in the early years is very important. Therefore, all educational enterprises must begin early. Till date, yes, in some of the private schools, we have those pre-nursery, nursery and KG, or nursery, LKG and UKG. These are, we used to brand them as informal education. Now it will be branded as formal education. Now what is done for this? As I have already mentioned, NCERT has already published the National Curriculum Framework for Foundation Stage. And how it will be done? This early childhood care education consists of flexible, multifaceted, multi-level, play-based, activity-based, and inquiry-based learning, comprising of alphabets, languages, numbers, countings, colors, shapes, indoor and outdoor play, puzzles, and logical thinking, problem solving, drawing, painting, and other visual art, craft, drama, puppetry, music, and movement. It also includes a focus on developing social capacities, sensitivity, good behavior, courtesy, ethics, personal and public cleanliness, teamwork, and cooperation. This is known to all of us. We know it, that earlier or now we have been following is 10 plus 2, and this has been, or this will be replaced with what? 5 plus 3 plus 3 plus 4. 5 plus 3 plus 3 plus 4, that means in place of 12 years we will have 15 years of formal education. Foundational, preparatory, middle, and secondary. There is no higher secondary. Foundational literacy and numeracy by grade 3. Now this policy aims for what? All children will be able to read and comprehend basic text and perform basic operations with numbers by grade 3. Many of us as educators taking different subjects, what we do? We do complain that in my class or in our class we have students who are unable to read and comprehend basic text. As a teacher of class 6 standard, as a teacher of class 9 standard, I am not here to teach him how to read. I need to complete my syllabus. Why we have been facing these problems? Because we have not ensured this. What we have not ensured? That our children, they achieve this foundational literacy and numeracy at least by grade 3. They are able to read and comprehend basic text. They are able to do basic operations with numbers. Maths teacher usually complain, sir, what should I teach in class 9 when the children or when the child is not able to perform simple addition, simple subtraction, and basic multiplication. So this policy talks about this. Because you see, the rest of the policy, when it will become relevant, when we will be able to achieve this. So that's why the government has made a target, a deadline. And what is this deadline? All of us, we say that, oh no, NEP is not yet implemented in our educational institution. But here in the NEP it is mentioned clearly that universal foundational literacy and numeracy in primary school should be achieved by 2025. This is 2023, that means we have another 2 years, and we as educators, we need to ensure this. These are some of the initiatives by the government of India. You might be aware of Nipun Bharat. When I travel the countryside, I notice some of the government schools where it is written Nipun Bharat, painted Nipun Bharat. Is there anyone who knows the full form of Nipun? Is there anyone here? You can try. Is there anyone? Yes, you can try. N for national, I for initiative, for proficiency in reading with understanding and numeracy. I hope you are aware about Diksha platform. Diksha. So here, why this initiative has been taken by Government of India or NCERT? To empower teachers like us, so that we can implement the policy effectively in our institution. So, NIPUN, National Initiative for Proficiency in Reading with Understanding. See, the key term is reading with understanding and numeracy. Materials are available at Diksha, Appleton, related to this foundational literacy and numeracy. Diksha, I hope you are aware about the full form. Digital Initiative for what? Knowledge sharing for holistic advancement. Same thing with NISTA, National Initiative, S is for school heads. It is not only meant for teachers. If teachers are only empowered, they will go and tell that we have learned all these things. So the government has come up with the initiative that yes, head of the institution also should be empowered. So everyone will work together. National Initiative for school heads and teachers for holistic advancement. Then you can see other sites. So you can visit Nipun Bharat website, you can visit Diksha, you can visit NISTA to empower yourself. Believe me, this is the need of the hour. If we have to survive, we need to empower. I need to change my mindset. I need to tell myself, yes, I need something to learn. There are many things which I need to learn. But if I tell myself, no, I did my post-graduation in 98, I did my teacher's education in 96, and I did my B.Ed in 95 with English Honours. That is sufficient for me to teach English in class 11 and 12. That is sufficient for me to take care of a secondary school with 1500 students. Dear educators, this will not work. As an educator, I need to change my mindset. So all of us, we need to empower ourselves. We need to improve, as ma'am rightly mentioned, learn, relearn, unlearn. Kindly focus on this. Now, I've already mentioned about this. See, this is the urgent and prerequisite to learning. This is required for future schooling and learning. As I mentioned, the rest of the policy will become irrelevant if our children, they are not able to read and comprehend basic text. If our children, they are not able to do basic addition, basic subtraction, and basic multiplication. So this foundational literacy and numeracy is indispensable prerequisite for all future schooling and lifelong learning. Now I will show, this is actually recently published by the Government of India. I don't know how many of you have watched this film on FLN. There are 2 films. We can have a look. The sound.
समझने की क्षमता का विकास ये बहुत आवश्यक है। बच्चा आगे जाकर रीड टू लर्न करे, इसके लिए जरूरी है कि शुरुआत में वो लर्न टू रीड करना सीखे। लर्न टू रीड से रीड टू लर्न की एक विकास यात्रा फाउंडेशनल लिटरेसी एंड न्यूमरेसी के माध्यम से पूरी की जाएगी।
The launch of National Education Policy 2020
to watch one more.
Education begins early in childhood. As children are natural absorbers of knowledge who derive information from their real-life experiences. They learn through play and through all their five senses. The foundational years of a child can become meaningful with a prepared environment, especially when schooling begins. The reason why, in India's National Education Policy 2020, the focus on foundational learning has been emphasized, which is aligned with the vision of our Prime Minister, Shri Narendra Modi.
राष्ट्रीय शिक्षा नीति के तहत फाउंडेशनल लिटरेसी एंड न्यूमरेसी के विकास को एक राष्ट्रीय मिशन के रूप में लिया जाएगा। प्रारंभिक भाषा का ज्ञान, संख्या का ज्ञान, बच्चों में सामान्य लेख को पढ़ने और समझने की क्षमता का विकास ये बहुत आवश्यक है।
Under his leadership, the Ministry of Education is driving the goal of foundational literacy and numeracy as a national mission to be achieved by 2025. NEP Bharat, as this mission is called, aims to decrease the learning poverty in the country. By helping children acquire foundational learning, that is, basic.
These two films recently uploaded. These are made by NCERT. Now we'll talk about holistic development, which is one of the important feature of this National Education Policy 2020. Now, under this policy, the children will learn how to learn. Children will learn how to learn. See, they will learn from collaboration. They will learn from participation. They will learn from situation. They will learn from experience. They will exhibit their own talent and create something of their own. Here, no more rote learning anymore. No more learning for examinations. And these are very crucial for 21st century. I hope you are aware about the 21st century skills, those problem solving, creative and critical thinking, decision making, and so on. Development of head, heart, and hand. Children will be equipped, as I mentioned. Now, this policy also emphasizes on one more thing. And what is that? That reduction in content. Rationalization of syllabus. There was a lot of hue and cry recently in social media. I hope some of you might be aware of that. The government, NCERT has deleted periodic table from class 10 science book. Many people criticized the initiative of NCERT without understanding the implications. The aim is not to deprive our children from learning periodic table. The aim is, see, our education is, the researchers, they realized that our curriculum is overloaded. We have to teach so many things in an academic year. And that's why it is included in the policy, that rationalization of syllabus. And NCERT, what it has done, it has already reduced some lessons from the textbook from class 6 to 12. If you are using NCERT textbook, You can find out, because sometimes what happens, the children, they procure the textbook from the booksellers. And booksellers may not have the latest edition of NCERT textbook. They will supply those old edition of textbook where these chapters which are deleted by NCERT are still there. So what, as an educator, we need to do? We need to visit NCERT website. You could see here, just NCERT you type, you will find it. Their list of rationalized content. You see list of rationalized content for 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. What are the chapters? What are the topics which are deleted from the textbook? So as I told you, we need to equip ourselves. We need to know what is happening in and around us. We have our own textbook which we have been using for all these years while preparing lessons. So what we need to do, we need to update ourselves, we need to update our textbook, we need to find out what are the chapters, what are the syllabus deleted from NCERT textbook. Now this rationalization will lead to what? See, time remains the same. We have one academic session, and now what NCERT has done, it has reduced the syllabus. So time remains the same, but we have to complete less topics, which means we have sufficient time for this critical thinking. We have sufficient time for inquiry-based learning. We have sufficient time for discovery-based learning, discussion-based learning, analysis-based learning. So we need to use this time which we have, say 4 chapters deleted, so sufficient time. What we can do is that we can promote these, we can include these in our day-to-day teaching learning activities and ensure that these are happening in our classroom. Now, experiential learning. Now, when we say experiential learning, what do we mean? Anyone? Okay, keep aside the term learning. Experiential, simple term. What does it mean, or what do we understand by the term experiential? Microphone is there in and around. You can respond. Our classroom should not be like this. Our classroom, as per the new education policy, we need to speak less. Our children, they should speak more. So here, I want you to start from this very hall. So what do you understand by the term experiential? Anyone? Anyone? Yes, sir? Hands-on learning. Can anyone make it more simplified? Learning by doing. Thank you, ma'am. Is there anyone? Now you see. Answers are coming. Come on, try. When you say experiential learning, see, if we don't understand what exactly it is, how we are going to implement this in our classroom? Learning through objects. Okay, yes.
Learning through activities.
Learning through
Activities.
activities. Okay. See, if we consult the dictionary, experiential. Dictionary says experiential means something which is based on experience. Something which is related to experience. So that's what experiential learning is. Hands-on learning, children will experience, share, collaborate, exhibit their talents and create something of their own. Here, what will be done? Arts integrated, sports integrated education. We talk about the dropout. The children are not interested in coming to school. If we integrate arts, in our day-to-day curriculum, if we integrate sports in our day-to-day curriculum, this will not happen. Children will love to come. Children, if they remain absent because of their ill health, they will feel that they have missed something. It's not that, okay, morning, again I have to go to the same place, same thing, like that. They'll be curious. They'll be very much interested to come to school and attend our class. We will provide them these facilities. As I said, we need to work as a facilitator. We should not continue like this. This is the classroom. I am there near the board using technology and I will speak for 40 minutes. It should not be the case. We have to change our approach, and that's what NEP talks about. A lot of materials available about art integrated learning. You can visit CBSE website also, you will get materials. Our pedagogy, storytelling, which you can use. Now, there is one more video which I have incorporated here. This will tell you more about what experiential learning is.
The experiential learning cycle is the most widely recognized and used concept in experiential learning theory. The cycle contains 4 stages: experiencing, reflecting, thinking, and acting. This is a simple and adaptable framework for creating educational programs that actively engage learners, providing an alternative to the traditional model of information transmission. In this lesson, we will review 8 important things to know about the experiential learning cycle, its historical foundations, along with some helpful tips for educators. The learning cycle is an endless process of exchange between a learner's internal world and their external environment, a lifelong process of taking in and putting out. For educators, the learning cycle is about impression and expression. We impress learners with the knowledge necessary to live and work in today's world and coach them to express what they have learned in highly skilled ways. In traditional education, information is merely transferred from the teacher to the learner. Paulo Freire called this the banking concept of education, where ideas are deposited into the minds of passive learners. In the learning cycle, we receive information through concrete experience and abstract conceptualization, and transform it through reflective observation and active experimentation. We are both receivers and creators of information. If learning has taken place, our actions affect the next experience, and the cycle continues with ever-increasing depth of understanding and skill. Our cycle doesn't just repeat, it evolves. The experiencing mode of the learning cycle is widely misunderstood. It is often equated with doing, but all modes of the learning cycle are experiences. Everyday experience is saturated with the interpretations of past generations. John Dewey emphasized that to initiate reflection and learning, we need to be stuck with the problem or struck by the strangeness of something outside of our usual experience. William James called this pure experience. When we have a concrete experience that violates the expectations of previous beliefs or behaviors, it activates reflection, the next part of the cycle. There have been a number of studies that examine the relationship between the learning cycle and brain functions. Perhaps the most systematic is James Zoll's research reported in his 2 great books, The Art of Changing the Brain and From Brain to Mind. He emphasized that knowledge resides in networks of neurons in the neocortex built by experience. Learning from experience results in actual physical changes in the brain, so you could say that educating is the art of changing the brain. While acknowledging the greater complexity of brain functioning, Zoll proposed that specific regions of the brain were involved in the modes of the learning cycle. The sensory cortex receives information from the outside world through our concrete experiences. The back integrated cortex creates meaning out of sensory information through our reflective observations. The front integrated cortex helps us think and plan through problems. learning cycle and reconnects the processing inside the brain with the world. It generates consequences that create new experiences that begin the cycle anew. What makes the learning cycle go? What motivates us to learn? The answers to these questions lie in the dialectic poles of opposing modes of the learning cycle. Concrete experience and abstract thinking are two fundamentally different ways of understanding experience. William James called these percepts and concepts. Perception exists in the here and now. Conception points to the past or future. James uses the analogy of a pair of scissors. In the same way we need both blades to cut, we need both concrete experience and abstract thought to make sense of the world. Reflecting and acting are similarly opposing ways of transforming this understanding. The great educator, Paulo Freire, stressed the importance of praxis, the transformative dialectic between reflection and action. When either action or reflection is overemphasized, learning becomes impossible. Hyperactivity or withdrawal into reflection both inhibit learning. Dogmatic beliefs leave us closed to new experience, while total immersion clouds clear thought. The shock and awe of an intense experience can cause reconsideration of an entrenched belief, while a new idea can reshape the way we experience things. Reflection on the consequences of action can serve to correct errors and refine future actions, while acting on reflections prevents getting lost in thoughts. Learning style is another popular concept in experiential learning theory. It emphasizes that individuals learn in different ways and that educators can better facilitate their students if they understand their unique learning style. Learning style is formed when one or more of the learning modes are preferred over others. The recognition of a learning style allows flexibility in education, engaging all modes of the learning cycle in a holistic and fluid manner. Full cycle learning is the ability to engage all of the learning style types in a holistic and fluid manner in any given situation. Many individuals feel that their learning style accurately describes how they learn most of the time. Others tend to change their learning approach depending on what they are learning or the situation they're in. The confusion in learning style literature has resulted in the oversimplification that educators should match their teaching style to the learning style of the student. The dynamic matching model of ELT is a more complex but more realistic model for guiding educational practice. In addition to considering the relationship between educator and learner, one must also consider the match of learning approach to the subject matter. Matching educator roles with learning style has been shown to be important initially to connect with learners, but most learning requires that they continue to actively move around the learning cycle to acquire increasingly complex knowledge and skills. We have created an educator role framework to assist educators in the application of the ELT concepts. It describes 4 common educator roles: facilitator, subject expert, standard setter, evaluator, and coach. Most of us adopt each of these roles to some extent in our educational and teaching activities. The multidimensional teaching and learning strategies of experiential learning require equally diverse and complex assessment methods. Assessment should be holistic. It must adequately and fairly evaluate students' integration of the learning cycle. Authentic assessment means learners should demonstrate knowledge and skills in a real-life context, showing education close to real life. The subject-centered question, what should my students know, can only be appropriately addressed in conjunction with the learner-centered question, how can I help my students learn skills and knowledge and be able to transfer what they have learned in a real-life context?
So, what experiential learning is? As I mentioned, that it is the learning which is based on experience, learning which is related to experience, and learning which is derived from experience. And this learning style will help us to build concrete understanding of knowledge. So what we need to do, we need to keep our students at the heart of learning. This learning is basically an outcome-based approach. Now the next most important thing with regard to our national education policy is competency-based education. See, a lot of emphasis is provided, a lot of emphasis is given that we should not prepare our children only for examination. They should not learn only for examination. There is no rote learning. Now again, just like experiential, can any one of you tell me what do you understand by the term competency? Microphone is in around, kindly try. What is your understanding about the term competency? Kindly try. As I told you, I don't want a class like this. What do you understand by the term competency? Just try, no harm in trying. I'm not going to grade you. Or yes, Synod College is also not going to grade you. All of you will be given certificates. Yes, can anyone? Just raise your hands. Yes, ma'am is there. Kindly give them.
Thank you, sir. Competency is the ability to do something efficiently.
Yes, ma'am, you are absolutely right. See, it's not that we are not aware of this. We don't want to open our mouth. Very simple. And in the class, we need to ensure that our children they open their mouth and we keep our mouths shut. So competency means ability to do something effectively and efficiently. This is the website developed by Central Board of Education, Secondary Education, related to competency-based education. You need to type CBSE, CBE. That's enough. CBSE, CBE. And you will get a lot of materials about what competency-based education is. So, competency-based education is basically an approach to teaching, learning, and assessment, which focuses on students' demonstration of learning outcomes and attaining proficiency in particular competencies in each subject. So what do we need to do? We need to empower our students. Sometimes we say we feel good when the children they sit quietly in the class without asking any questions. We say, oh, that particular teacher's class is the most disciplined class in the school or institution. We often say this without realizing whether the real learning is taking place in the class or not. It should be student-centric. We need to empower our students and we need to provide them with meaningful learning experience. Again, it is related to experiential learning, which we discussed a few minutes ago. Now, what are the benefits of this competency-based education? This competency-based education will integrate higher order thinking skills, interdisciplinary approaches. As I mentioned earlier, science should not be taught only what is there in the textbook. We need to integrate some other subjects while teaching science. We need to integrate some other subjects while teaching mathematics. Interdisciplinary approach and problem solving. Our learners, our students, they will become competent both in national context and international labor market if we follow this CBE, competency-based education. Now here, what Indian thinkers whose philosophy has always based on competency-based education. Swami Vivekananda, theory of constructivism. Now what it says, that humans create knowledge and meaning from their own experience. Another person, very familiar to all of us, Mahatma Gandhi, he said, literacy is not education. Education is when we involve our body, mind and spirit, connecting, learning to our experiences. Now what are the resources available? I have already mentioned about the website. Now here I will show you some of the textbooks. These are only 4 pictures which I have included in my slide. But n number of materials are available in that website. How to prepare lesson plan based on competency-based education. You see the title of the first book, Teacher Energized Resource Material for 10th Standard Science. If you are using in State Board NCERT textbook, you can also refer to this. There are other books, good number of materials, as I told, good amount of materials are available in that website, not only for teachers, even for the students. You need to go through this, you need to upgrade yourselves, you need to become familiar with what competency-based education is. From 6th to 10th standard, they have developed items, materials for science, mathematics and English as of now. CBSE has a collaboration with British Council, and because of their collaboration they have come up with these materials, and in future we'll see materials for other subjects also in the website. This is the website, CBSE Academic, nic.in, CBE, or as I told you, just type CBSE, CBE, you will reach that, and you will get plenty of materials. Now let us come back. What do the children learn as per the National Education Policy 2020? Definitely they will learn certain subjects, skills and capacities. Why they will learn these subject skills and capacities? So that they will become good, successful, innovative, adaptable and productive human beings. You see the terms which are used in the policy document. By learning these subjects, by learning these skills and capacities, our learners, our children, they will become good, successful, innovative, adaptable and productive human beings. They can also contribute productively in our GDP. Now, the moment we see mathematics, yes, our attitude, our what is called approach becomes different. Now, policymakers realize that yes, we cannot continue without mathematics. We cannot continue without computational thinking. So, emphasis is given on mathematics and computational thinking starting from foundational stage. That's why the aim is to achieve foundational literacy and numeracy by 2025. Now, how this mathematics and computational thinking will be taught from foundational stage? Using innovative method. Not like the way it is being taught. Using innovative method, including regular use of puzzles, games, to make mathematics or mathematical thinking more enjoyable and engaging. They will also learn contemporary subjects. like AI, design thinking, then holistic health, organic living, environment education, global citizenship education, etc. at relevant stages. They will have fun course along with their regular subjects and 10-day backless period during grades 6 to 8. Now generally when we talk about internship, we think that this boy or girl has completed his graduation. That's why he or she is doing internship. Now these 10 days backless period, our children also will do internship under the guidance of local entrepreneur, local experts. So you see what our school system will be after the implementation of NEP in spirit, full spirit. Basic training will be given in preventive health, mental health, first aid, disaster response, personal and public hygiene. Stress on mother tongue. It is a known fact that children learn very well when they learn a particular subject or concept in their mother tongue. So NEP stressed on this. That medium of instruction till grade 5 will be the mother tongue or home language. Preferably till grade 8. Now what NCERT will do? High quality bilingual textbook and teaching materials, especially for science and mathematics. They will develop bilingual textbooks and teaching materials, especially for science and mathematics. So our children, they will be able to think and speak about the two subjects, both in their home language or mother tongue and in English. Next, interdisciplinary approach. Flexibility is there. Choice of subject to study, particularly in secondary school. Include subjects in physical education, arts and crafts and vocational skill. Learners can design their own paths of study and life plans. The distinguishing feature of secondary school education or school education will be what? Holistic development and a wide choice of subjects and courses year after year. Now this is one of the important initiatives which has already been taken up by CBSE, and in CBSE school we have already introduced this. Skill education. See, when I did my graduation, I had economics also. There I studied one type of unemployment is educated unemployment. I was taught the reason for this, that our education system is defective. Now with the implementation of this policy, we will not be able to say this. Now what CBSE has done, in middle school, there are 33 skill modules. It's not only one skill subject they will learn in one academic year. It can be a 2-month course, 3-month course. The school will take care of this. They will hire the expertise from the local and they will provide skill education to the children. 33 skill modules. Children, they have the option which skill they want to learn. If they learn 5-6 skills in a year, by the time they will reach class 9, 5 skills or 4 skills, at least they will learn 12 skills. If it is 4, if it is 5, 15, if it is 6, 18 skills they will be equipped with. And in class 9 and 10, what they will do? They have the choice of taking one skill subject with 50-50, 50 marks in theory, 50 marks in practical. There they will study only one subject And CBSE says for taking these skill subjects, the children, they don't have to pay any additional fee. So see how they are encouraging the children to opt for skill subjects. In class 11 and 12, 43 subjects are there. Now assessment, because time is a constraint. Now our assessment system will be entirely different. It will be more regular, more formative, and more competency based. It will test higher order skills. Last board examination, CBSE, in the question paper, they have introduced competency-based questions. And if you see the statistics of CBSE, this year the percentage, pass percentage has been declined from the previous year. So when competency-based questions are included in the question paper, our children, they fail to perform. When questions are given from textbook, they will write well. So now this will not happen with the new assessment system. Here it will be assessment for learning, not assessment of learning that we conduct an examination at the end of the year and we say that, okay, your child, he did not study, that's why he performed very badly in the examination. Here it will be assessment for learning. It will be more formative, regular, and so that we will be able to provide regular feedback to the learners. We will be able to get regular feedback also what as an educator we need to do to improve the learning of the students. Progress card. It will not simply reflect the marks of mathematics, English, science and social science. It will be a 360-degree multi-dimensional report card. All the children, they will take examinations in grade 3, grade 5 and grade 8. Of course, this is not for promotion. Secondary stage, subjects and assessments at 2 levels. There are subjects which will be taught at 2 different levels. CBSE have already introduced in case of mathematics. In class 10, we have a system of standard mathematics as well as basic mathematics. An assessment also will be of at 2 different levels in case of some subjects. Board exam will test primary capacities and competencies. Best of 2. They will have the option of appearing again examination as per NEP document. Some subjects, there will be 2 parts. One will be objective, another one will be totally descriptive. National Assessment Center, PARAK, that is Performance Assessment Review and Analysis of Knowledge for Holistic Development. It has already been launched by NCERT as a part of NEP 2020 implementation. It is the India's first national assessment regulator. Now, a lot of variation when the result is declared by different boards. That will not be there with the coming of PARAK. So, these PARAK will set the norms, standards and guidelines for students' assessment and evaluation for all recognized school boards in the country. It will set up assessment guidelines for all boards to remove disparities in the scores of students enrolled with different state boards. Now, schools as a hub, that is yet to come. School complexes, number of schools together, sharing of teachers across schools or school complexes, local eminent persons or experts hired as master trainers, focus on traditional local arts, emphasis on the promotion of local knowledge, technology. Now, this year I would just like to throw some light. As ma'am, she has spoken a lot about this. You might have seen recently one advertisement which was published in Shillong Times regarding the entrance test which will be conducted by NTA. I'll just move to that later. See, till date, teachers are being produced by those teachers training colleges. Now IIT will produce teachers, NIT will produce teachers, and after, if they start this year, after 4 years, when they will come into our system, we will have a difficulty in survival. Think about these teachers who will come graduating from IITs, NITs, and we need to compete with them. And we will be able to compete with them if we improve ourselves. This is the advertisement which I just talked about. NTA are not yet published, but yes, they mentioned even that Directorate of School Education also published after 2-3 days. Similar type of advertisement. Yes, 4-year integrated BEd course will be started by IITs, NITs, central universities, etc. So this NEP is beginning of a new era in education and development. The impact of NEP will be very deep and far-reaching, and the success of NEP will depend on our sincere hard work and selfless diligence. I am extremely sorry I have taken a lot of time. I hope I have not bored you. See, in one session, it's difficult. We need to change our mindset. We need to take that determination, take that pledge. Yes, what are the things, or these are the things I need to do to improve myself as an educator of this century. Thank you once again.
Thank you very much, sir, for a very powerful speech, almost covering the entire NEP 2020. Now it is open for discussion. And it is compulsory that you must ask few questions. Otherwise, this session is not successful. Yes, please. The NEP tells ask only questions. No, don't give answers. This is one problem we have with Indians. But we expect from others. So when you go back to the school, what you will tell? Since you are all principals, you will call all teachers and tell, stop teaching from today. That is NEP. Stop teaching. And do your work. Do your work without teaching. So what teacher has to do? So the teacher has to create the environment, provide opportunity for the students to do, perform and learn. This is NEP. Okay? And as all our speakers told, please do visit the website of NCERC and Ministry of Education. There are a lot of learning platforms. And there will be few teachers having innovative ideas and practices. Kindly share with others and let us make teaching joyful and successful. I hope you all enjoyed listening to us. And I think our madam wants to share some video. With that, we will conclude this session. Thank you.
To see this, as this was the puppetry workshop our students were exposed to, and within a couple of minutes with these puppets, they had made a story and they had put forward. So I just wanted to see the creative side of the students. So thank you very much, and Thank you. That's all. Thank you.
Thank all the speakers and the participants for making this event a successful one. I conclude this session with this. Thank you all.
Thank you so much to the three resource persons and also to Sir who has chaired this session. We will now break for lunch. I request all of you to kindly again go to the Dinam Hall for lunch. Lunch has been prepared for you there. And we will come back to the auditorium probably by 1:20 and start exactly at 1:30. Thank you so much.
Already introduced yesterday in the first technical session, where we shared insight on standard setting and accreditation for school education. She is presently the head of the Department of Education, Northeastern Hill, Shillong. Her area of interest include education psychology, guidance and counseling, environmental education, and early childhood education. In academic affiliations, she was and is the life member of many society and associations. She has more than 20 publications in book and chapters in a book. She has been a project coordinator and state partner with Center for Early Childhood Education and Development, Ambedkar University, New Delhi, for Early Learning and Development Standards 2016 and 2017. Also acted as a resource person, judge and chairperson in different academic programs. Ma'am, can you take over the session? Thank you.
Welcome to the second half of this today's session. I request before we start, I request all the speakers to come forward to the dais. Brother Solomon Morris, Principal of St. Edmund's College, St. Edmund's School, Shillong. We have Father Dr. A. Tueng, and we have Ma'am Professor S.M. Sungo. I request the resource persons to kindly come to the dais. Before we begin, I think I will request the participants to kindly do the honors to our resource persons. So without further delay, I think we can start this session. We have three speakers for this technical session 5. And I would like, I think our first resource person is Brother Solomon Morris. I think you must be knowing him. He is the principal of the St. Edmund's School, Shillong. And I must say he's a very dynamic principal and has brought many, changes to the school. Many innovative ideas has been, brought forth by brother. And I think you can see that, he's very much involved and very much engaged in the, with the school and especially with the students. Brother has contributed immensely to the field of education. And in this present post that he is in, also you can see the remarkable changes and the development that has taken place. Without further ado, I now request the principal, Brother Solomon Morris, to take your time. Sir, we have the technical session is this is 1:30 to 3 o'clock. That is 1.5 hours. So I give time to since we're going to take the questions at the end, which is they say 15 to 20 minutes. So maybe each speaker will have about 35 to 40 minutes. Yes, the 3 speakers. So we have time so that at the end we will have the question and answer session. Thank you. Over to you, brother.
Anyone I'd like to reply that let me see this. Yes. Okay. Good. So, very good afternoon to everyone. Thank you, ma'am, CM, for introducing me. So, very quickly, I'll just go through the thing. I won't keep you for 40 minutes, don't worry, because I know it's very difficult to concentrate after lunch, especially. Okay. So, so my topic is going to be students' assessment, NEP 2020, implementation and its implications. Okay. Now, first disclaimer I want to put before you is, if you are in a cloud with respect to NEP 2020, don't worry, I'm with you over there. Okay. Another thing is, this NEP has been coming for the last 2 or 3 years, and it's hanging like a sword of Damocles. And the principals are wondering, how do we implement this? What do we have to do? What changes do we have to make to infrastructure? What changes do we have to bring in towards the teachers, parents, mindset has to be changed, all that. So all these concerns are there. So it's with me also, and we are also struggling, but let's see. But there are some very good things in NEP. So I'm going to show you an assessment. Let's go. So the flow of my presentation is going to be like this. The present assessment scenario. What are you doing now in schools? I believe you have NIOS teachers here, NBOS teachers here, CBSE teachers here, ICSSR teachers here. Okay, and the heads of schools. So what is our present assessment scenario? We're going to look at that. What does NEP 2020 say about assessments in school and its features, salient features? We go through that. Then the implications of implementing its features in schools. And lastly, the possible way forward. Okay, so that's what we're going to do. So let's go to the present assessment scenario. Most of you already know this. So we have different boards, and we have the board examinations. ICSSR, CBSE, NBOS, NIOS, and there are 60 boards, I believe. 60 boards right across India. And most of our children, they are inundated. They are, their heads are packed with textbooks. And you can see over here, they have to study so many things. And the tragedy is this. I was just talking to the children in class 9 the other day. I take the boys for Julius Caesar, class 9. And then I was telling them, these children have to switch from one subject to the other. And very often they have 23, 24 subjects, 16 topics in one textbook, right? And can you imagine, if you really look at our assessment system, they have so many topics to cover, and we are assessing them in 5 hours. 5 hours. 2.5 hours exam, ICSSR has 2.5 hours exam, language paper has 3, some papers only 2. Is it fair? They have to study the entire. Now I know I'm teaching trigonometry to the boys in class 9. There are 4 chapters, and they get 5 marks. I mean, it's crazy, right? So time, it's totally imbalanced. And what are they learning? What are they actually learning, right? So very unfair. And the children also agreed with me. It's unfair. So here you have the different education boards. And one of the things we notice among the boards also is the disparity in the academic standards and the assessment standards. So you see the parents making up their mind. I'll send them to ICSE school because ICSE is a better board. NBOS not so good. Or CBSE is better because it prepares them for joint entrance exam and stuff like that. And then kids are at different levels. So when they go for entrance exams and stuff like that, their whole knowledge system is totally, there's a disparity. Okay? So that's the scenario, and we are assessing them on that. You don't need a rocket scientist to tell you this. Our exam system is totally marks oriented, absolutely marks oriented. There is absolutely no standardization in the assessment. What I just shared with you, a CBSE boy and an NBOS boy or an ICSE boys, their knowledge levels are totally different. What they've learned in class 10, these guys have not learned. The emphasis on a particular chapter here is not emphasized in that board. And these children are at a different footing, right? And they're at a disadvantage. Then most of our assessments is based on summative assessment. At the end of the year, they get an exam, 2 hours, 2.5 hours to test 13 chapters, 14 chapters. And children are learning by heart, rote learning. Rote learning. And interesting, I've done this experiment, okay? When they finish their exam, chemistry or whatever, 2 days later you ask them, they've forgotten the definition. They just learned for that particular exam. That's it. After that, gone. Short-term memory. Is that education? Question mark. So, and the exam is used as an instrument of terror. Exams are coming. So I've told the children and the parents, don't use the word exams. Tell them evaluation. But still they'll go back to exam. I've seen children, parents coming to school, covered with muffler, cap, everything. What's happening? Brother, he's got a test today. And what's happening? What's all this about? He's got fever. Exam fever or the real fever? Exam fever. Real fever. I said, real fever? What is important? Health or exam? I said, please, for God's sake, don't torture the fellow. Take him home. But look at the mentality of the parents. They have to do the exam. They have to get the marks. For what? This is the question we have to ask. As principals also, we need to be a little bit more lenient with the children. Is the health important? Or is the exam important? I keep telling the children, forget about your health, forget about your exam. Go and get well. Come back later, I'll give you the exam again. And if you want to do it, do it. But brother, he already knows the question. So what? So what? What are you testing? I think we need to be a little bit more flexible. And why are we torturing our kids? And I keep telling the children, when you're ready, you come and do the exam. When you're ready, you come and do the exam. This is the way we should go forward. Anyway, NEP gives us that space. Let's see. So, let's go to the next one. So, why are students failing? Bigger question you have to ask. If you look at the maths and science, the number of kids failing. Why? I'm not going to give you the answers. Okay? Shouldn't we be asking this question? Why are students not learning? Isn't this a better question to ask? Maybe our teachers are not engaging enough. Maybe our teachers are not creative enough. Maybe our teachers need to be on YouTube, on Instagram. You see, 3 boys came to me the other day, just 2 days ago, coincidentally, and they said, can you teach us how to manage our time? How do we study? They're in class 10. So I sat and asked them, how many hours are you ready to put in? So they said 3 hours. What do you do for the rest of the day? Brother, we go for tuitions. I said, tuitions? Yes. I said, why are you taking tuitions? What is it that about the tuitions, about those teachers that our teachers don't have? And they were looking at each other. Should we tell or should we not tell? They'll be betraying the teachers, right? So then one fellow plucked up courage and he said, actually, brother, some of the concepts that the teachers are teaching, it's not going into our heads. We don't have the concepts. So we go and search Vedantu, ICSSR topper learners. We go to Khan Academy, we go to different YouTubes, and so the children are looking for these type of avenues where they can learn. Maybe those guys explain better. Then one fellow said, actually our teachers also good, something that we don't understand in the YouTube, we will go and ask the teachers and they are able to explain better. Children are going to look for different possibilities. But why can't we train our teachers to teach like them? Why can't our teachers be more creative? Question. So why are our students not learning? Is it engaging enough? Is it interesting? That's the question you need to ask. So, that's the scenario. What does NEP 2020 say? They're trying to align the learning outcomes along with the assessment. They're going to bring two together. They're going to align the learning outcomes and the assessment. It's so simple, no? I was telling the teachers, we had a workshop the other day. I was telling the teachers, I said, look, if you know, take a chapter. Look at the chapter. What do you want the children to be able to do? Not know, to be able to do. At the end of the lesson, students will be able to do what? Concrete. Those are the learning objectives. If you have your learning objectives so clearly in your lesson plan, assessment becomes so easy, no? Then you design your questions which will give you the output, isn't it? So I told the teacher, if your learning outcomes are absolutely clear and tangible, which the children can actually do, right? Then to design a question is easy. So your learning outcome and assessment, what are they learning for? That is the question you need to ask. What are they learning for? Not what are they learning? What are they learning for? So that is important. Okay? So that is the purpose of this NEP 2020 assessment. So the two learning outcomes and assessment have to be aligned. Right now they are going in different directions. You see in the slide over there. Right. So the purpose, what are we learning for? Assessment is for learning, and learning for assessment. Okay? So we got that? Let's go. So what is the take of NEP 2020? What is its take on assessment? So I'm going to go through this quickly. Evaluating through technology. Technology is coming in a big way. So you use a lot of online gaming ways of doing it, online testing, all these. So you use even your lessons and all design using technology. That is one. Descriptive measures for student growth. Okay. It will test what? Concepts, critical thinking, creativity. Okay. Now the question is, how are you going to assess creativity? What marks will you give? 20, 10? Okay, these are questions. It's not so easy to implement NEP. That's what I'm trying to tell you. And cognitive behavior. Okay, so this is also be in your report card. Holistic progress card. They call it a 360-degree report card. Holistic. Even I am struggling with the concept. Okay, how do you assess children? Holistic, especially if you have 50, 60 in your class. It means the teacher has to know the child first. What is he capable of? Now imagine getting to know the child, 50 kids. Where's the time? Right? But that's what NEP is asking. Right? Maybe we'll have to throw out half the children out of school. So if you have 25 children, then we can manage. But we can't do that. We can't sustain our school. Okay, let's go. Involving parents in the evaluation process. Do we involve parents? Is there a partnership between parents? So that is what NEP is asking. You need to collaborate with the parents. Parents have to be a big part of this learning system. The holistic development. Parents also have to be there. Okay? What else? Changing the culture of assessment. Continuous tracking of learning outcomes of each child. That's going to be a big challenge. Board exams to be more flexible with assessment of essential skills. That's another change. Assessment to focus on core concepts, higher order and foundation skills. Okay? AI-based software to help track the progress of the students to enable them to optimal career choices. Okay? These are all available. You can see it there, but I'm just sharing with you. Next, the National Testing Agency will offer high-quality common aptitude tests to eliminate coaching classes for exams. This is something new that's coming, the NTA. Okay, this is lovely. I love this. Self-assessment and peer assessment. Can we train our children to assess themselves and be honest in their assessment? And generally, children are very honest. When you give them a paper, do the question paper, work it out, children are generally honest and they will give themselves the marks they deserve. I've never seen children thugging or, changing the marks. No. You have to trust the children. Peer assessment is a brilliant concept where they correct each other. I just give an example of this peer assessment. One of the things I told the teachers, you just come and tell me, brother, we have to correct 50 essays and all that. 50 essays they have to sit down and correct. I said, why are you wasting your time? I said, divide your class into groups of 5. Right? So you have 10 essays to correct. Get them to sit in groups of 5. Here's the essay. Work together, put your heads together, and come back and give me 1 essay. So I have 10 essays to correct. Isn't it simple? They are teaching each other. The guy who is good at English, he will have, hey, that's a grammatical mistake. Come on, let's do this. Hey, this one spelling is wrong. Fellow might be good at spelling. So instead of collecting 50 essays from them, can't you do peer assessment? Get them to write essays and correct each other? Isn't that better? So that's a good concept. Another one, the National Assessment Center will help in bringing greater synergy in board exam. So hopefully all the boards or exams will come together with a common assessment pattern. So the children are learning. I went to Canada, I had got to Canada some years ago, and what was fascinating was I wanted to have a look at the textbooks they had. So this student of mine, a Chinese student who stays in Canada, he took me to this big, massive hall where they're selling textbooks. What was wonderful was all the schools follow the same textbooks. So you go and with maths over there, grade 1, grade 2, grade 3, go and pick up your book and walk off. There's no such thing as this publisher, that publisher, Boyle publisher, this publisher. All the textbooks are standardized. So children are all on the same footing. Brilliant. Okay? So let's hope something like that happens. Now, what are the assessment reforms? Shift from summative to formative assessment. Children have to keep learning. Learning is an ongoing process, not at the end of the year. Ongoing process, okay? Next, all students take exams in classes 3, 5, and 8. I was talking to somebody, you know what happens? All the children who are taking exams, board exam kind of a thing, for 3, 5, and 8, all are promoted. What's the point of doing the exam? Okay, right? Board exams for 10 and 12 will continue, but holistic design. I don't know what's the meaning of holistic design. Okay, I don't know. We'll have to work it out. 10 and 12 will continue, but holistic. That means the whole personality is taken into consideration. How good is he at, debating, art, drawing, singing, whatever, taken into consideration. Okay, how does he help the class? How does he? What about his social outreach interest? All that is taken into consideration. Massive task. Okay, massive task. Nationalism Center, PARAC, will be set up to act as a standard setting body. Okay, let's hope this comes into play. Now, what is the full form of PARAC? Performance Assessment, Review and Analysis of Knowledge for Holistic Development. I attended this program. I happened to be in Delhi a week ago, and I went and attended this program. Brilliant. All the states were represented. Meghalaya was also represented. So I sat with the Meghalaya team there, and it was wonderful. Okay. I hope everybody's okay. Yes. I always check with the class, so it's my habit. Nobody's sleeping, no? Nothing. Okay. If you're sleeping, I'll give you some exercise to do. Okay. Let's go to the next one. Features of assessment. Again, I'm going to that. Ready? Regular, formative, competency-based. How competent are children? Okay. Interesting. Then, okay, I'm just giving you this. Test higher order thinking skills. How many of our question papers are really testing higher order thinking skills? Tell me. Do we set questions which are really testing the kids' thinking? We just textbook questions, right? We don't. Interesting, I'll tell you. They were all, my class 7 boys, they were doing something in geometry or something like that, perimeter or something. And I went to the classes, what are you learning? Perimeter. Okay, what is perimeter? 2 length plus 2 breadth. Oh, wow, wonderful, I said. What is the length of this mobile phone? They had no clue. They didn't know what the measurement was. What are they learning? Formulas. I said, what's the height of the ceiling? 1 meter, 2 meters. I said, you are 1 meter. What about the ceiling? He said, oh, then they said, okay, how many of me fits into that? Point is, what are they learning? How are we teaching? Okay? There it is, promotes learning and development, and focus on assessment for learning, what I just shared with you. Assessment for what? Assessment for learning, not learning by heart. Excellent. Let's go to the next slide. Okay, don't worry about this. Don't try to read also. It's just what I've said so far. So, the holistic report card, look at the pyramid. It will be based on self-assessment, peer assessment, and the teacher assessment. 3 things come into play. Okay? Yeah, lovely. So let's go to the next. What are the challenges of implementing NEP assessment? Now, I'm in your boat, okay? As a principal, these are the challenges I'm going to face. You are going to face. Let's go. Shift in mindset. That's the first thing. All parents, teachers, boys, everybody. We have to change our mindset. You know, interesting. I'm just telling you this. We changed the assessment system in our school. I changed from 80 marks, 20 marks. 20 marks unit test, 80 marks say, okay, final exam. We've changed the whole report card system for classes 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 9 and 10, I can't help it. The council, ICSSR council has mandated that. But at least let the children enjoy to class 8. So we have reversed the whole thing. 70% of assessment is what happens in the classroom. Now the exams are coming up next week, 30 marks. 3 chapters. That's it. And I told the children, no learning questions from the back of the book or what you got in the notebook. And I told the teachers, set questions purely based on the textbook. Let the kids read the textbook well and comprehend it. And give them questions without thinking questions. Hopefully, kids will learn how to think and how to learn for themselves, not rote learning. So 70% they learn through assessments. How do they do it? They do presentations in class, in groups. They discuss, they debate, they have quizzes, they have homework assignments which they have to give, they have projects, and the teachers are continuously assessing them, 70%. So children get grades for the hard work they put in, not studying the last minute. So they're enjoying it. They're enjoying it. So that's a shift in mindset. By the way, the point I was making is this. When I was sharing this at the PTM, one parent stood up and said, but brother, why don't you do this experiment in another class? Not in my son's class. I said, sir, your son is very smart. I'm thinking about the other 40 boys who are struggling. And fortunately, I have 2-3 parents who are professors in IIM. They stood up and they said, brother, what you're doing is we believe in it. Because we are dealing with children who are students who are coming from different places, and we see they have no thinking capacity at all. So what you're doing is we endorse it. I was thrilled. I was thrilled. Change in mindset. Okay? Change in mindset. It's a big risk. But we have to go forward. Teacher training. So I had to train my teachers to think differently. A lot of hard work. They have to sit and write and correct and assess and keep a record. A lot of work. I see, just now the teachers are sitting there. I'm here. Teachers are all sitting in the staff room and they're getting the assessment going. Okay? So, and our teachers have to be continuously trained. CPD, continuous professional development. For the principals who are here, there is a brilliant website. Yeah, lovely. Brilliant website called Center. Have you heard of Center? Brilliant. There are online courses for the teachers on various topics. Various topics. See if you can get it. Go to the net. Check Center. So our teachers, some of our teachers are doing courses from there, continuous professional development. And some of them are just 3 days program or 4 weeks, 10 classes, 3 modules, 6 modules like that. You can pick and choose. 299 rupees are the lowest. 299 rupees, 199, but worth it. You get a fantastically certified certificate you get a lovely certificate, and it's recognized all over the world. Center, try it, okay? So CPD. Next, infrastructure, we have to change the infrastructure and the resources. We have to bring in technology, stuff like that. We have to bring, change the whole setting, the setting in the class also. If they're going to sit in groups, all that, okay? Next, standardization and consistency. One of the things, the challenges in implementing is standardization. How do our boards, all the boards, do they have a standard? In the assessment system, will they be standardized so that all the children are on the same page? And will the results be consistent, okay? Then we need tools, assessment tools and techniques. How do we assess the children? What do we use? Just plain question and answers? Or is there any different ways of assessing? MCQs, online tests, rapid quiz questions, mobile phone where you use, Kahoot, if you come across Kahoot, okay, you can use that. There are a lot of things that are available. Teachers have to be innovative. They have to be creative, So, and everything is there. How do we assess, this is a big challenge. How do we assess 21st century skills? How do we assess the critical thinking, creative thinking? How do we assess that? What kind of tests do we give them? 21st century skills, be able to speak, to comment on something, the art of questioning, all that. How do we create in those children? How do we assess in the children? How do we do that? So, challenging, okay? Next, inclusion, assessment and inclusion. What about the special children in our schools? Children with special needs. We have kids. We have about 22 children with autism spectrum disorder in our school. They are in a different zone. Do we have special educators? Do we bring them? Do we change? And does NEP have provision for that? A different test, it's called IED, I think, no? It's called IED, right? So, do we include all these children also in the mainstream? Challenge. Monitoring and evaluation. All these assessment systems that we have, we need to monitor and go back to the drawing board and evaluate, critique it, and come back and change it. We have to tweak it. Okay? So that is also a big part, challenge. Then collaboration among all stakeholders, continuous capacity building, and a phased approach to implementation. And slowly we have to start the process of assessment system. Okay? So it's a phased approach. We implement a little bit, go to the next phase, go to the next phase. Because we can't push people, we can't push parents, we can't push teachers immediately. It's something new. Okay? Lovely. So these are the challenges. Way forward, first of all, we need to understand NEP. Okay? I'm also in the same boat. We need to have a good grasp of what is NEP about. Framework development. Okay? We have to have a framework if we want to put in this NEP assessment system. There should be a broad framework, a skeleton there, right? Next, redesign our assessment system, which we did it. We have done it in St. Andrews just now this year. Okay, redesign. I'm not saying it's the best. I have to keep on modifying it. Next, focus on competencies, learning outcomes, and design assessment tasks. This is the way forward. You have to design, you have to think. It takes a lot of time. Okay? Next, embrace technology. We have it. Use it. Teacher training and capacity building. Massive. This is the main one. Our teachers have to be on board. They have to believe in what we are going to do. Teacher training, capacity building, and constant training. Monthly, if not once in 2 months, 3 months. Periodic training. That's key. That's the key. Engage stakeholders. Get in your parents. Get in the teachers. Get in all the benefactors. All these people. Bring them together and educate them what this is about. Engage stakeholders. Right? piloting something and then going back to the drawing board. Iteration means repeating a task. Okay, this was good, this was not so good, let's change it, all that, okay? Continuous monitoring and evaluation, I just mentioned that, and collaboration and sharing best practices. Now, this is a wonderful thing. What I'm just telling, sir, that what's happening here is fantastic. So many principles have come together. Now, what I'm doing in St. Edmunds, nobody knows about it. Can I share it with other schools, other principals? Of course, other principals also have to take into consideration, oh, that's a good idea, or whatever. Okay, but the point is, can I share it? Can we all share the healthy practices? That's another way to go forward, right? And it depends on the specific context and needs of our institution. Lovely. There, look, this is the sample of a report card. I know it's a bit small. I just brought it over here. If you want, I can send you a soft copy. Right? So I just quickly go through this map, if you don't mind. 2 minutes. Okay, so it's a hell of a lot. It's 120 seconds. Let's go. So reading skills, look, we have the language. Our teachers are doing this. Under English language, we have reading skill, pronunciation, fluency, comprehension, creative writing, handwriting, grammar, spellings, vocabulary, speaking skills, conversation, recitation. Now this formative 70% is what the teachers have been doing for the last 3 months in the class. And the teachers have already tested these children in these fields. Mathematics, if you look at it, concepts. Are the concepts clear? Are the children activity, the activities that, how do they perform the activities? Tables, mental ability, written work, class text, and the midterm exam is only 30%. The rest is all in the class, formative. Okay, same way with science, project work, group discussion, written work, class test, midterm. This is just a sample I brought for you to see. Okay, so everything is there. Computer science, robotics. Yeah, we introduced robotics and artificial intelligence this year to school children. So they have skills, aptitude, mental ability, written work, class tests like that. So this is just a sample. Okay, that's it. I just stop there. Okay, did I confuse you? If I did, good. Not to worry. Okay, thank you so much. Okay, thank you so much.
From the experience that you have and the engagement and involvement with administration and the students, I think you have very, very clearly pointed out on this and dwelt on the topic school assessment, practical implementation and implications, where brother has touched on he has expressed the flaws of the present assessment scenario, and how, the recommendations of the NEP about assessment, you can see that it's really a very ambitious policy, but yet, and there are going to be challenges in the implementation, but definitely, brother has also pointed out on the way forward, where I think each and every one of us have to really understand this policy. And the other aspects that he has talked about is also redesigning the assessment, focus on the competencies, embracing technology, and the wonderful part is the collaboration and sharing of the best practices, for which, brother pointed out that the practices that have been carried out in St. Edmunds have been restricted only to St. Edmunds, but with the new policy, I think there's going to be sharing of the practices and resources for which I think each and everyone will benefit. Thank you very much, brother, for that wonderful session, and especially because, you have brought out from the practical side of, for implementation of this policy, from the practical angle, I must say, or from practical perspective. Now I will call on the second speaker, which is Father Dr. A. Pruane. Father A. Pruane is currently the principal of Don Bosco Technical School, and he has a doctorate in biotechnology from the Assam Don Bosco University, and has also been teaching as a faculty at the St. Anthony's College, Shillong, as a resource person. I now hand over the time to you, Father. Please kindly come over to the left.
Good afternoon to you all. I'm very happy to be here and thank you, Professor ISM, for the introduction. When I studied BSc, I already saw Professor Nam Sungo, and now I saw her here again. When I was still very small, I have seen her many times presenting and coming to St. Anthony's, and I'm so privileged to see you here again as a boy before and now, as somebody who just sat by your side. Thank you so much. You know very well about school, but I'm taking the topic about ITI. I'm sure most of you may not be knowing what is this ITI. It's very low profile. So my topic is about roles of industrial training institutes in integrating vocational education in schools. Now I have put here Skill India immediately at the first page. Wherever we go, whenever we present anything, we are told for ITI, we must put this logo, Skill India, to say that ITI is one of the institutes that we try to skill the youth for the Indian workforce. So as an introduction, AICTE says that vocational education, they prepare trainers on job roles or on trades that are based in manual or practical activities. This was the old kind of definition where they always concentrate on manual, but not now anymore. So it is a type of learning through experience and in a very practical environment. In the ITI setting, we have 70% practical and 30% theory. This is the module that was given to all of us in the ITI. Vocational education encompasses various spectrums, right from the very traditional trades like carpentry, very, very traditional, or maybe making a garment, embroidery is very, very traditional, to the very advanced technology like we have these days, AI. Earlier, VET is not it's not part of the academic, it's outside of the academic. But with the coming of NEP, it's not anymore. Now, ITI, which established in 1950, are responsible for running long duration of vocational training. Now, in vocational training, there are different courses. Some are called short-term courses, some are medium courses, some are long-term courses. So ITI, they prepare trainees for the long-term courses to equip the trainees to be the workforce of India. Now the whole ecosystem of ITI, maybe you can see properly here. So the whole ecosystem of ITI. So all the ITIs, private and government, they are under the Directorate General of Training. Now this DGT under the Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship. I give this detail because many of us, even me before I came to ITI, I was not aware. And in each region there is a called RDSDE, and in the Northeast we have only one regional directorate, that is in Guwahati, where it monitors all the ITIs in the Northeast government and as well as the private sectors. And in each state, of course, we have the state government training directorates where we have all the ITIs here in our state and in other states as well. So those who come to join the ITI, they do the ITI either 6 months or 1 year or 2 years. Then after that, they go with what we call as on-job training or apprenticeship with the industries, because when we train something, we cannot compete with the industries outside. So after they finish the training, usually they go for on-job training. Then after that, some of them, of course, they join for work, some of them they join for a job. But mainly after we finish the training, they go for apprenticeship, they go for on-job training, so that they'll be equipped with the new technology. Now as a background, as compared to NEP 2020, there's nothing much new in what vocational education, because from 1968, National Policy of Education, it says that 50% of the students go out of the education system at class 12 level without any employable skills. So the issue is employability. And it says that at least 50% of the students should be diverted to vocational education. But how? Is it possible or not? No? So since that time, they have requested NCERT to prepare the syllabus, to prepare how to go about, since 1968 onwards. And then NPE 1986, it sets a target of imparting vocational education to 10% in higher education in 1990, and they said by 25, in 1995, they should be able to expose to 25% of the student for vocational education. Did they manage to fulfill? Even today, we haven't fulfilled that. And then UGC introduced BVOC degrees in colleges and universities. And now with the coming of this UGC, now we can see many more colleges are introducing the vocational training. Okay, so in relation to the vocational training, NEP does not see many new things. Okay, not much things are there to offer. So the next topic is about NEP 2020 and the challenges with vocational education training. NEP, it says that, the workforce, the Indian workforce from 2012 to 2017, it says that now the workforce in India, many of the trainees have not undergone formal vocational education. So we need really very urgent to make the student employable. And it says that in India, only 5% of the trainees have undergone formal vocational education. They are not employable. It is not possible to employ the students in various sectors. As compared to the United States, where 52% of the students have undergone formal vocational education, and in Germany it's 75%. And look at Korea, 96% of the students have undergone formal vocational education. Now we are below 5%. Now how can we go ahead? And the NEP says that by 2025 we should be able to expose 50%. Is it possible? What will be the possibilities? Now NEP 2020 again, now the reason why many of the Indian students have very low intake for formal vocational education. What are the reasons? They said one thing is mainly we concentrate on class 11, class 12. That means we take students for vocational training only when they reach class 11, class 12. And at the same time, one of the reasons is we concentrate on dropouts. When they fail class 8, class 9, class 10, okay, we take them for vocational training. When they fail, dropouts. So that is the intention, that is a mindset. When they drop out, okay, send them for vocational training. And then there is no well-defined pathways in higher education institutions. So there is no really clear instruction how to go about. And the most important thing is there is a perception with the parents, with the students, and the Indian society as a whole that vocational education training are inferior to the main academic. This is the main reason. Especially in the mainland India, whenever we have a meeting together with all the ITIs in the country, they don't have students. The reason is the feeling of inferior to the mainstream. Now I would like to stress on this, inferior to mainstream. Now the parents felt that this is not meant for their children, because vocational education are meant for the weak students, those who fail, those who get low mark, those who have nowhere. Okay, go to ITI Ranjan, go to Don Bosco. Why? They fail. So this is the mindset of the parents. Not only the parents, the student, and the whole society as a whole. And so it affects the choices of students. If I go for vocational training, it means I'm useless. No? And then the leftover of the society. Okay, if you get below 30 or you get below 40, go to Ranjan, go to Don Bosco. You do the vocational training there. There is already a status of hierarchy. That means the weak student, you go for vocational training. The bright student, you go to the mainstream. So this has affected, the system. And NEP came with the idea that there should not be any hard and fast rule to divide vocational training and the mainstream, science and humanities, and all the other subjects. There should not be any division. So that's the sense of the NEP. Now, we see this inferiority complex of the vocational education. Is there any change now? What I have seen is whenever we go for a meeting, in the mainland India, it has not changed. People, they feel that to go there means you are very inferior. You don't know how to study. You are not intelligent. But I have seen in these 2 years, there are some changes. Why I say that? In these 2 years, in Don Bosco Technical School, students who pass MSc, they come for carpentry, you believe it or not. Students who finish physics, BSc physics, they come for electrician. Because they know. Now the students, they know. So these 2 years, we have many BA pass who come for vocational training, for ITI. And especially we have BSc pass who come for electrician. So some changes, I can see that there are some changes. Especially for Manipur, Nagaland, Mizoram, after finish even BSc and MSc, they come for vocational training. So the NEP says we need some solution, some reimagination, some rethinking, and we need some policy. There should be proper integration between vocational training and the main academic education. And with the coming of NSQF, that is National Skill Qualification Framework, where it prepared a syllabus, it prepared a curriculum, and it makes sure that it goes according to the industries. So it is very standardized. All the courses are standardized. And it says that it should expose the student from the middle, secondary schools, and higher secondary. So that is what the NEP says. And it says that every child must learn at least one trade and expose many. Learn one trade and expose to many trades. So that maybe if they like some of the trades later on, they can do something. But the question is, how can India achieve from less than 10% of students who got access to vocational training to 50% in 5 years' time by 2025? So one professor, Merotra, he had argued in his paper, in his research, he says that it is impossible. Since 1968, we have been trying. And in this 5 years' time, do we think that we can reach 50? He says it's not possible. Even with whatever the different possibilities, but it may not be possible. So now what will be the role of ITI to integrate students for vocational training? As it says, by 2025, at least 50% of the students should be exposed to vocational training. Now it says that integration should be in a phased manner in all secondary schools. NEP in the introduction itself, it says that it speaks about that backless hours or backless days, the time where the students are free. You can go for carpentry, you can go for baking, you can go for all these courses. It speaks about this. But how to go about, How to go about, it did not mention exactly. And it says that secondary school will collaborate with ITIs, with polytechnics and local industries to increase the intake of the students. And setting up skill labs in different schools. Then higher education institute will set up vocational education or in partnership with others, with the different industries. Now they have come up with the body, the MHRD will constitute a national committee for integration of vocational education. So this is the body that we are waiting for, where they will come up with plans and possibilities. How can we increase the intake of students for vocational education? Now, with inception of MSCE, ITIs have introduced various job roles. In recent days, there are so many job roles or so many trades which are very attractive to the students. The ITIs have been long the backbone of skill ecosystem, and especially with the advent of Industry 4.0. So now, the government is trying a lot, in skilling India. There are around 15,000 ITIs across India, according to NEP 2023. They are meant to provide steady flow of skilled personnel. So these 15,000, there are 15,000 ITIs, but many of them are not functional properly.
Around 78.40% of all ITIs are owned and operated by private entities, and only 21.59% are government institutions. Now you will see here, you cannot see properly, but in some states there are so many. In the state of Meghalaya, we have 8, though according to the statistics, according to the data given by them, it's not correct. So it's given here that 8 affiliated ITIs are here in the state of Meghalaya, 7 are government, and 1 is private, that is Don Bosco Technical School. But the sad thing is, out of 64 sanctioned posts, only 6.256 are filled. There are no teachers, in the government institute. So that's a problem there. It's not running properly. So this is the great challenge for all of us. So ITI alone will not be able to take many students. So I have given here the role of ITIs and partners in integrating vocational in schools. Now most of the ITIs, they take students after class 8, some of them class 10 or class 12 pass, depending on the different trades. So it means we can take many students of different grades. What is most important is many ITIs, they are running short-term courses, medium courses, either on their own or as partners of industries or NSDC. What I feel and what I see is the possibilities of taking students for vocational training is this. That is, many of the ITIs, they have short-term courses in partners with different industries. Say like in Don Bosco Technical School regarding motor mechanics, we tie up with Toyota, with Hyundai, with Tata Motor, all these. That means they are giving us expertise, they're giving us the tools, and then when they come there, we work together and we send the student for on-job training. So these some of the courses are 6 months, some are 5, some are 4, some are 3. So some are even 2 months. So these will be the possibilities where the students can come for the various courses. Okay, there are so many courses, like there we have around 38 different courses where we can help the students. Many of the CBSE courses, like the Army School, they had already come to us saying that, Father, can you teach us this course, bakery, and then the beautician, even brother has approached. But the others, we have started since lockdown, we taught them online. And then after they come for practical. Many of the CBSE, the Army School, they already come and have a collaboration with us in Don Bosco. Now in the ITI itself, there are many schemes and initiatives through NSDC under NSCE. So there are many schemes we can see here, PMK Revive and PMKKK, Capacity Building Scheme. There are so many, and these schemes are of various types. Some are 3 months, some are 2 months, some are 4 months. So all these schemes are available. And then this skill acquisition and knowledge awareness for livelihood promotion, this is active in the state of Meghalaya. Through the MSSDS, they are doing this. And MSSDS is doing a lot of work here in the state of Meghalaya. It tries to take many students for vocational training. Now all these trades, all these job roles, maybe for 1 month or 2 months or 3 months, all the the curriculum are prepared by NSQF. It has been standardized by them. So we have to finish according to that duration, according to that syllabus. We cannot go out of the side. So in that way, the courses are good enough. Now the new challenges for the ITIs and vocational education training is because of the low intake of students. Now out of 25 lakh trainees capacity in whole of India, only 10.5 lakh seats are filled. Now why? I have told you already. Placement rates show to be very low. The quality of ITIs and social acceptance of ITIs remain very low. Now some of the ITIs, they're not well equipped, and so placement is difficult. But there are some ITI who are doing really good. I visited ITI Kerala in Mumbai and one ITI called Hometown in Hyderabad. When the boys they come and join, on the day they come and join with admission form, their industries already they come. They are fighting to get those boys. From the day they start their training, admission day, they come to the principal, please give me this one. This boy should come with me. Why? Because they are doing really well. So it means some of the ITIs are really doing extremely well. Now out of 95 1,000 plus instructors, only 15% of them are trained under craft instructor training scheme, CITS. CITS is like B.Ed for the school. So this is the B.Ed for the ITI students, trainers. So many of them are not trained in the CITS because of various reasons. And as NEP has stated right from the introduction, it says, teachers must be at the center of fundamental reforms. Okay. So, and we must do everything to train them. If we are not able to train our teachers, then everything will be useless, So teachers must be at the center of reforms. And majority of the ITIs do not possess the latest tools and equipment, unless and until we collaborate together with industries. So conclusion, and I have another 5 minutes. So I feel that vocational education is important for skilling the Indian workforce. ITIs is only one sector of this vocational education. There are many other vocational institutions or agencies that help us. For successful integration, ITIs need rapid upgradation of infrastructure and trained instructors. Private ITIs need the support of government and states, because many times when we try to open new trade, because we have to ask from Delhi they are quick, because the work culture is different. But by the time we reach our state, we wait for 2-3 years, nothing happens. So we need the cooperation of the state, because from the center is very quick and very fast, but from the state is very slow. So we really need the cooperation of the state, that is DCT. And introduction schemes and initiative programs should be introduced in different ITIs. Involvement of all sectors in vocational education, that is ITIs, NSDC, in higher education, skills in their community colleges, all this together can really increase the intake of students for vocational education. And I could say that it remains a Herculean task to achieve 50% of the students to expose to vocational education by 2025. Maybe 25% may be possible, but 50% may not be possible. So that is the opinion of many of the scientists, as well as of those research people who have published many papers for this, what I have just said. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Father, for that, I must say, a very sweet presentation. Very precise, but I think Father has touched on the very important points of, the role of the ITIs in integrating vocational education in schools. He has given a background of the ITIs and also, emphasized on the different policies that have come about and how, the issues of employability skills, have been raised time and time again in the last many decades, and stress on the NEP 2020 and the challenges to the vocational education in India. And it talked about, the workforce in India, how, they are only about 5% in India if you consider to the other nations, the states as well as Korea. And there are many reasons which he pointed out, and for which I feel one of the most pertinent one is the mindset and the perspective of parents and individuals to vocational education. We talked about also the role of the ITIs, and finally concluded, touch on the challenges also, for which placement is one of them, and finally concluded that a lot of support is required from the state government, and of course definitely it's going to be a big task, a Herculean task, to really achieve 50% of students to be exposed to vocational education by 2025. Thank you once again, Father, for that wonderful presentation. I now call upon, we have our next speaker, the last speaker is
Professor S.M. Sungo. You know her very well. She is a very senior professor of the Department of the Northeastern Hill University, specifically the Department of Education, NEP, Shillong. And ma'am has been serving the university in different capacities as the head of department, the deans, and also, I must say, in different capacities, even in the case of, the implementation of NEP 2020 at the PG level, at the UG level, she has been, I must say, the brain behind this, the implementation of this policy. And she has worked very hard, because when you look at this policy, it was so fluid and so abstract, but she has been able to concretize. And therefore, for us, we have really been benefiting, and so also the other stakeholders. I must say that her specializations are many, all right, and she must be, I think, the highest holder of PhD degrees in the university, I must say. She stands in a very high, her status is very high, not only at the state level, but also at the national level, and has represented the university in different capacities, coordinator, chairpersons, and so on and so forth. And many publications she also, has completed. So it will take me a long time to really, explain and describe about her profile, but that is just in brief. But I do not want to take her time, so now I request Madam Professor S.M. Sungo to please take over. Esteemed dignitaries on the dais, Professor I.C.M., the chairperson of the session, Brother Solomon, and Dr. A. Puan, esteemed heads of institutions, principals, faculty members, and participants. A very good afternoon again. And I do not know, looking at all of you, I do not know whether you're tired or whether your head is spinning. Is your head spinning right now? Yes. So, please stand up. I am 7 meters away from you. Since you're away from me, 7 meters away from me, I will come closer to you. Because as a teacher, I would always like my students or participants to be close to me. Okay, so I'm coming closer to you. Now, let us do some exercise if you are really stressed out. Okay, now we will do the tapping exercise where you can release your stress right now. Most probably, many of you, I think, with all the bombardment of the NEP, your head is spinning, right? Maybe you might be having a lot of tension inside, and maybe some of you, because you were sitting for so many hours, maybe some of you have swollen legs, right? Or maybe your shoulder is not very good. So let us do some tapping exercise. All right. First of all, let us tap our frontal lobe. You can use any two of these hands. You tap, okay, 10 times. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay. Now here, temporal lobe. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Under the eyebrow. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Under the nose. Here, I come. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Another meridian here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay. Now let us shake our circulation system. Alright? Give 10 taps. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Another time. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Where's the heart? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. You know the keys. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay. Stretch your hands up high. Okay. Now lower them down. Please be seated. Are you refreshed now? Yes. Okay. Now, I just want to, well, as I said, for the last 2 days, we have been talking about the national education policy. And I'm not going to explain to you what the national education policy has recommended, because all the speakers have spoken about the national education policy and its recommendation. Now, when you look at the slide, just try to recall what has been spoken and what has been deliberated and what has transpired within these 2 days. Now, look at it so that you will remember. It talks about access, it talks about quality, it talks about equity, it talks about affordability, and it talks about accountability. Now, these are the words that have been used very often when spoken about the NEP. So let us see, how do we implement these pillars in our educational system? Now, when we talk about the NEP talks about quality education. Now, you all know what quality education is. Now, even our speakers have already spoken about the standards on how we can measure the quality of education in our educational system, right from the foundational stage to the highest stage. So, let us see for a bit now. Let us just recall what we have said. Last night when I sat, I was just thinking, how will I go about in the presentation? So I was just recapitulating what our speakers have said. So I will not explain to you in detail what has been spoken, but I will just highlight on what has been said and the major issues which have been discussed here. Now, as you can see, this is the vision. The NEP has a vision and a mission. Now, as heads of institution, we need to also understand what is the vision of this NEP. Unless we understand the vision, we will not be able to, implement this NEP in a true spirit. So, this is the vision. I'm sure all of you have read the vision. So, this is the vision of the NEP 2020. Now, here we have also seen that the NEP has replaced the structure of 10 plus 2 to 5 plus 3 plus 3 plus 3 plus 4. So here we can see that there are 4 important stages here. The foundational stage, the preparatory stage, the middle stage, and the secondary stage. So when we talk about these stages, each of these stages have different connotations. Each of these stages have a curriculum and a syllabus which needs to be followed. Alright, now these are the key principles of the NEP, and many of our resource persons have spoken about these key principles of the NEP. So the whole system of the NEP recommendation is based on this principle, especially at the school level. Alright, I will not explain to you about that very much. Now, here when we talk about the NEP, what do we have to do as an institution? Now, these are some of the examples where you can follow. You need I have put here. You can, improve your infrastructure phase-wise. We talk about infrastructure, improvement of infrastructure. This can be improved phase-wise. So in the first year, maybe you can add just one room. After 2 years, you can add another. After 3 years, you can have a lab, and so on and so forth. So this can be phase-wise. And then you also need to have some strategies to bring back the children who have dropped out from school. Now, if you know any child who has dropped out from school, what you have to do is you will have to request the teachers to go to the community within the vicinity of the school and try to meet the parents. Now, once this is done, the teachers should explain to the parents the importance of education. So I'm sure once this is done, they will it will help in bringing back the children to school. Now we have also been talking about tracking their learning level and learning outcome. Now this also has been discussed yesterday, so I will not deal with this again. Then facilitating multiple tasks, pathways to learning both formal and non-formal modes. Then association of counselors, peer tutoring, and so on and so forth. And open learning for classes 3, 5, and 8 through NIOS and state open schools. And we also have vocational courses focused on learning outcomes. So all these have been spoken in the previous deliberation. Now we talk about early childhood. Access, affordability, equity, and so on and so forth. These are important aspects where we need to incorporate early childhood education right from the beginning. And we have to really take care of our children right from the formative years. Because these are the years where these students will be able to form their personalities and also form their mental aspects as well as the emotional aspects. Now, I think all of you have a note sheet, right? Now I want you to, this is a brain game challenge which will really help you to be able to use and maybe give you some insights with regards to how to use or help the children to be able to, think beyond the box, outside the box. Okay. The sound system, I don't know. Sound system? Okay, I'll stop here. Please draw these lines. Now, you need to use 4 straight lines and you have to connect all these dots. You need to connect all these dots with 4 straight lines. So this is an example. 4 lines, but only 8 dots. Let's try again. Who has got the answer? If you have done this, this is still wrong. It looks harder. Think you can get it? Alright. Just connect the 9 dots with 4 straight lines. Please do that now. But I know if you have got it, please wait. We won't judge you, okay? If you are not able to do, we are not going to judge you. Okay, who has got the answer? Who has got the answer? Okay, now if you've got the answer, just see whether it's correct or not. Two, three, 4. How many of you got it right? Let me see your hands. How many of you got it right? Yes? till the end? How many of you have given this? Have used this? Did you? Okay. Alright. So if you've done it correctly, then you're very smart. So you have to encourage your students to also think out of the box. I do not know why it's not moving now. Alright, this is the kind of challenge which you can provide for your students, for critical thinking, for developing their mental abilities. You can start with these small little kids, right? Next. Okay. Now, this is regarding the attainment of foundational literacy and numeracy. Now, we have spoken so much about this, so I'm not going to explain to you again, because it has already been discussed. But what I want you to do is look at this video here. Teaching by using gestures. Can you
when we stand and present, we want to come across as confident and composed.
I think the fans are creating the noise. You can off the fan, it's raining. Sorry, it's raining. Okay, look at this. Look at these gestures.
If you've ever seen one of my videos on Alex Lyon, his channel, Communication Coach, it's here to help you increase your impact so you can lead your teams to higher levels of excellence. And I believe that presentation skills are a really important part of leadership. You're going to be standing and presenting quite frequently in any kind of leadership position. So we want to get just a little bit better at this. Let's look at 3 ways you can improve your nonverbal body language so that people can hear your message in a much more confident and composed way. And these tips, by the way, go together. So each of the 3 tips have a couple of pieces, as you'll see. So the first tip is eye contact and smile. So eye contact, you have to look directly into somebody's eyes that's listening about 99% of the time. You don't want to look too much at your nose, you don't want to look back at your slides really, you certainly don't want to look at the floor or over their head. There's a lot of bad habits out there in terms of eye contact. You want to look directly in someone's eyes almost the whole time, and that really takes quite a bit of practice. The other thing you want to do is look directly into somebody's eyes long enough to finish a thought and then move on to the next person. So you don't want to just stare at one person the whole time, and you don't want to scan so that you're never locking in. A communication coach actually once told me, one thought, one look. But long enough to finish about a sentence, feel that connection, and then you move on to the next person. So what do you do with your face while you're making eye contact? You've got to smile. A lot of times people get overly robotic when they present. They might be making good eye contact, but their face is stern and it doesn't look like anything's happening emotionally.
Examine yourself, whether you're like that or not.
A little bit so that when you're making eye contact with somebody, they feel a connection with you that's welcoming and supportive. You don't want to come across as a deer in the headlights. Tip number 2, posture and gestures. And these things go together. So in terms of what not to do for posture, you don't want to shuffle your feet back and forth. You don't want to sway your hips. You don't want to uncross your legs repetitively. You don't want to pace around like a wild person. By the way, if you want to walk in a presentation, it's okay to walk a little bit, but make sure when you walk, you stop and you say a little bit before you walk again. So walk with a purpose, stop, share your message, then maybe a minute or so later, walk again. Don't pace. So once you have these don'ts out of the way, what should you do? You want to stand with your feet about shoulder width apart. This is how you would stand if you weren't self-conscious about how you're standing. Because self-conscious only present, but really all you have to do is stand like a normal person. Then you want to put just a tiny bit of weight on the front of your foot and a little tiny bit lighter on your heels. And your whole foot is still touching, but you have a little bit more of a ready, responsive position. You also want to soften your knees a little bit. You don't want to have locked knees. Bad things happen when you lock your knees. I'm not sure the physiology of it, but when people lock their knees, they oftentimes pass out when they're nervous, and you don't want to do that in the middle of your presentation. So soften those knees. Now you've got your posture. Let's add some gestures to it. You should do. You should loosely clasp your hands at about belt level, and then you should just gesture naturally from there. You don't want to interlock your fingers, you don't want to wring your hands because then you get too locked in and it's hard to let go. But if you practice at home just loosely clasping your hands like this, then just start to gesture naturally from here. And that's the way to do it. Small little gestures just like this. You can do this all day long, and it's just going to add a nice emphasis to your words, and it's not going to be distracting whatsoever. Tip number 3, you want to pause. And when you pause after a key idea, add a little tiny bit of a nod. I've seen some really convincing and persuasive speakers do this. And what you'll notice if you pause after a key idea and nod, that pause is really persuasive, but the nodding is contagious. You'll see the people listening to you actually start to nod a little bit with you, and that's one of the ways that you know you have it. It's a very subtle but powerful nonverbal body language. Those are my 3 tips for improving your nonverbal body language when you're presenting. But I'd like to hear your tips. Question of the day: how do you recommend that we improve our body language while we're presenting? Please put the comments below in that section.
Okay, now the next issue here in the NEP is with regards to multilingualism. This is the power of language. Now we have also been discussing this particular topic yesterday, and there were also questions asked regarding this. So I'm not going to, explain again what it is about. But I would just like to highlight, just for you to remember, okay? The first one is the medium of instruction will be up to class 5. No language imposition. Foreign language will be offered in the secondary level, and 3 language formula will be decided by the state. So you need not be afraid. Now, in the state of Meghalaya, the state will select the languages that you can follow in your schools. Now, there is also the reduction in the curriculum, where only the core essentials will be incorporated. Critical thinking, when we talk about critical thinking, I'm just going to give you an explanation a little bit on critical thinking, like inquiry, discovery, discussion, analysis-based teaching. Then we also have interactive class, where brother talked about collaborative learning, cooperative learning, inquiry-based learning, decision-making, group discussion, and so on and so forth. Then we also have experiential learning, where our previous speaker has spoken about the experiential learning, where students get hands-on experience according to the basis of their information or the basis of their knowledge with regards to a particular topic. Then we also have these learning outcomes. Now let us talk a little bit about learning outcomes, because in this learning outcome, I think each and every teacher should understand what these learning outcomes are. Now when we talk about learning outcomes, the learning outcomes should be based on the cognitive level, the affective level, and the psychomotor level. Now here, when we talk about these learning outcomes, of course the slide is very small, so you will not be able to see much, because I've incorporated many of these things here. The main focus of this NEP 2020 is on the learning outcomes. Now, in the syllabus, we will be finding after the syllabus or before the syllabus is provided, you will be seeing these learning outcomes. The learning outcomes refers to what the students can do, like what brother was saying, and we have already explained to you. Learning outcomes should not only be at the cognitive level, it should also be at the affective level and also at the psychomotor level. Now, psychomotor domain. So if you want to read more about this, you can go to Bloom's taxonomy and you will be able to understand how these learning outcomes can be incorporated in the teaching learning process. Now, when we talk about learning outcomes, you need to use how to measure. I'm just going to tell you how to measure these learning outcomes. In order to be able to measure these learning outcomes, you need to have these action verbs. Like, for example, describe, analyze, or apply, or use, or recognize, distinguish. These are the action verbs which can be used in order to be able to understand how these learning outcomes can be prepared by the teacher in the lesson plan. Another focus is on the integration of subjects. We have already spoken about this. And our previous speaker has also spoken about no silos among subjects. We will be having digital literacy, and we will also be helping our students to develop their scientific temper. So I'm not going to elaborate on this because it is already done. Now here, another important aspect here is on the competencies, which we have been talking over and over again. We have two types of competencies. We have the teacher competencies and we also have the student competencies. Now for teacher competencies, the areas are conceptual competencies, competencies relating to working with community, content competencies, contextual competencies, evaluation competencies, transactional competencies, competencies relating to teaching, learning materials, and competencies which relates to management. Whereas for teaching competence, student competencies, we have creativity and innovation, critical thinking, collaboration, cultural and global citizenship, personal growth and well-being, communication, problem solving, and management information. So there is a difference between these two types of competencies. We have, on one hand, the teaching competencies, and the other hand, we have the student competencies. Now, these two competencies should be collaborated, and the teachers should be able to, first of all, be competent enough to become a good teacher or an effective teacher. Then only he or she will be able to help the students to master these competencies in different subjects. Alright, since I have only 30 minutes, so I will just go very briefly. Now, one of the important competency that is required is the sign language. Now, we will also be having an Indian Sign Language as a first language subject for at the secondary level. This is for the deaf and also for people who have problems in hearing. Now, this is a kind of a supplement, communication skill to express oneself in a better way. So these are some of the techniques where you will have to be able to be competent enough to use these different techniques. So you will get this from any source online, and you will please try to at least know these different symbols so that you will be able to use when you start teaching. So, if you use these symbols, if you use these sign languages, even for teaching general students, you will be very effective if you can make use of this. So, along with what you're saying, what you're speaking, you can also use these sign languages in order to become more effective in teaching. And I'm sure all of you would like to learn this. How many of you would like to learn the sign language? Let me see your hands. Yes. So you can learn the sign language, and these are the things that, these are very common, and you can go through the website and maybe you can look through the YouTube. You will be knowing how to learn these sign language. And this is beneficial to everyone, not only for the teachers, but even for the students. So if you use these sign languages while teaching, it will be very helpful. All right. Now again, where is Balwin, please?
Hi there.
Just see
I'm
this.
Teacher Darren, and today in my perfect class, we will be discussing gestures. Usually,
Look at this.
I teach children that have
Very simple.
no knowledge of English language. So, by using gestures, I can more easily explain to them what a new word is. For example, I use the word swimming, rather than giving gesture the word pain at the same time of stating the word. This makes it more fun and interactive for the student. Remember, it doesn't hurt to have fun while teaching. Gestures are a good way of keeping the class engaging and interesting. It gets boring if you're just sitting and talking for 25 minutes. Gestures are a great way of keeping the class interesting. Using gestures requires a lot of planning and patience. Some will work for you, some will not. You just have to keep practicing at them, and the next thing you know, it will be like second nature. Remember, keep practicing them and to have fun. So, that's our time for today. Here's my gesture. Bye.
Okay. Now, here again, this is the implementation strategy, which I will not speak because it has already been spoken, since we have very less time. Now, again, with regards to teacher recruitment here, this is also very important. Now, with regards to teacher improvement, we have the National Professional Standards for Teachers. Now, here, the teachers will be recruited through robust, transparent process. So teachers, as heads of institution, you should encourage your teachers to be, growing in the process of their, or in the areas of their specialization, and promotions would be merit-based with a mechanism for multi-source periodic performance appraisal and available progression paths to become education panel administrators or teacher educators. So, there is a document which was given by the UGC, where you can look at it and also understand how to improve yourself professionally. You can go to the National Professional Standards for Teachers, and this was developed by the National Council for Teacher Education. So you can go through this particular document so that you'll be able to help your teachers to develop professionally. So all heads of institutions can go through this document so that you will be aware of what your teachers will have to do. Now, of course, we have the school governance. So schools can be organized into complexes or clusters. Now, our speakers have also spoken about this, so I'm not going to explain to you about this as well. Then we also have standard setting and accreditation for school education. This has been spoken by Professor ICA yesterday, so I will not, deliberate on this again. But it's just a kind of a reminder for you on what we have deliberated in the previous sessions. Now, there will be benefits if your institution is accredited. There will be lots of benefits which will help the institution to go from one stage or from one level to the other. All right. Then we also have various challenges ahead. Now, according to the NEP, you will see a lot of recommendations which have been made in the policy which relates to school education. So, first of all, what the schools should do is to have one cell where you will have one a particular senior teacher to man the show. So, this teacher will have 2 or 3 members, so that they will have a kind of a roadmap on how to improve the educational system in the school itself. So we have the cell. You can have a cell where the cell should be in charge by 1 senior teacher along with 2 other teachers in order to develop these institutional plans so that you can implement the NEP 2020. So this is one thing that you have to do in the schools. Now, these are the key components of the NEP 2020 to be implemented in school. So as we have discussed, one is early childhood care and education, foundational literacy and numeracy, curriculum and pedagogy in school, flexibility in the course of choices, integration of essential subjects, skills A long-term plan can be for 5 years. So you can make this plan, and you can make the plan phase-wise. You can complete the plan phase-wise, maybe within a quarter, within 1 quarter, or within 1 year. You have to have some criteria where you can fulfill these plans and also achieve these plans within that particular year. So these are the components which you have to take care of. And of course, there will be challenges in implementing the NEP. So therefore, these challenges should be identified by the school. So you will have to bring out the solution to curb these challenges or to overcome these challenges. What can be with regards to curriculum and content? So what we have to do, the teachers needs to go for training. And maybe you can have some training programs which will be related to the curriculum and content. And there should also be some kind of, when the training program takes place, you should not, there should be somebody to man the classes. And, you can ask the teacher you can send the teacher phase-wise. Maybe after the classes, you can have some kind of training programs where teachers can be involved in learning certain skills. Then availability and use of technology. This one is also a very important aspect where there should be a plan for this. You need to have a kind of a technological lab or a digital lab where you can utilize this particular lab for the use of technology in teaching. And then, of course, the examination structure can also be prepared by you, by the school itself, and what type of vocational courses you want to offer in the school. So this plan should be in accordance to the capabilities of the teachers. It should depend on the infrastructure. It should depend on what facilities you have in the school. All right. So these might be some of the challenges that you are going to face. So your plan should be on how to find out solutions to overcome these challenges. Then, of course, one of the challenges will be on mental, physical health and well-being. And another one will be on vocational education. So you have to identify what are the vocational skills you want to incorporate in the school curriculum. And of course, for mental health and well-being, you can also see that your children gets some kind of health checkup every year. And how will you reduce the weight of school bags? Health and wellness, mandatory skills, hiring counselors in school complexes, focus on children's disabilities, inclusive and caring, culture at school. So these are some of the aspects if you talk about mental health and well-being. So each school will, this is just an example. You can also, prepare a kind of a roadmap or prepare a kind of a strategy where you can implement these different aspects in the school. Now we also have innovative pedagogy. Now our previous speakers have spoken about innovative pedagogy. So this is the thing that you have to do. Okay, it's ending. Now again, textbooks. You need these textbooks will also be very helpful for your students. And one of our speakers in the previous session has spoken about the textbook. Then, of course, you will be having this Diksha. Diksha has also been explained. So this Diksha is also a very important aspect which the school needs to take into consideration. Of course, your textbook should be based on the knowledge of India. So I don't need to elaborate on this. And then this is the holistic progress report. Now here, you will be, brother has shown you how to go about he has given you a design for the progressive, holistic progressive card. And then teacher and teacher education. So here you should have, each teacher should have a beard before he or she teaches, goes to the classroom, okay? And then, of course, vocational education has been elaborated by our previous speaker. And we need to also give support to our gifted students as well. All right, online and digital education should also be there. Of course, this has also been explained. And I think NIOS programs are also very important. Virtual labs are also important, all right? And of course, examination reforms, all this are very important. And we should also avoid the word fail, okay, in our progress report. So this is also an important factor. Now, for the last time, in conclusion, you just listen to this. Ma'am, please give us just 2 minutes, I think. No, 1 minute. I think this is... Now, to be able to implement the NEP, just look at this. Thank you. And just listen to this. And, everything depends on time management. So I'm sure that all of you will be able to implement the NEP in whatever way you can. You don't need to be very ambitious. In a small little way, you can start implementing it. All right.
For that very comprehensive presentation. I think you have done the entire coverage of NEP 2020 for school education. In fact, I must say you have covered from A to Z of NEP 2020 school education, starting from starting with an exercise and then touching on the 5 pillars of NEP, to the vision, the structure, the improvement, the innovative strategies, the learning outcomes, the robust teacher recruitment and career promotion, the national professional standards for teachers, the benefits of accreditation, and you have also talked about how the challenges. One will, the challenges that will come about with implementation, but one has to come out with solutions to overcome. Then you talked about the textbooks, you talked about NIOS, the virtual labs, and also the examination reforms, and the word fail to be avoided. So we have come to the end of this, but I think because of the paucity of time, we can take only 3 questions, 3 questions from the participants. So I request the participants, if you have any questions, please, if you can, any questions to the 3 speakers? We can take only 3 questions because of the paucity of time. Any questions? I know you are tired and we are yet, we still have one more session, and that is the panel discussion. But before we close, I think if anyone would like to, ask questions to the 3 speakers.
Good afternoon. I have questions to Brother Solomon Morris.
Yes.
We have come across on this discussion. We have come across the different courses in different state board, where we have discussed the board, and we have discussed the parents have issue with the MO's syllabus. Sometimes they have to shift to the CBSE course. So with the shipment of the syllabus in this way, and as we have witnessed the CUT entrance this year, we have been really implemented. So I felt that there is a deprivation because most of the students from the MBOs or from the state, when they enter the exams, most of the question paper when they face, they are not relevant. It's totally new to them. So how will the NEP cope up with these situations? So we can clarify with that, brother.
So, let me see if I heard you right. I wasn't so, I didn't understand some part of it. But if I heard you right, you're trying to say, how can MBO's examination system, let's say, prepare their children for CUT? Is that correct? Just put the mic close. Yeah.
Since you have discussed earlier the difference of the course with the state board exams and the CBCS exams, there are some papers which are not relevant, different from one standard to another standard. So the question is, when the students are about to enter the CP exams for the next level, so there is a possibility that in the state boards there are some subjects where the students have not faced even one chapter, they have not come across with that. So how will it be cope with it when it comes to the internal exams for the next level? So I want to clarify that.
Yes. Yeah, actually, to answer the question, if I were a student, I'll be at sea. I won't be able to handle it. So the student will have to look for resources, go for extra coaching and stuff like that. Private tuitions to prepare for CUT. That is the point, no? That is the point. The whole point is all our children are at different levels because of the board system. So NEP is trying to make sure that everything comes to a common board. A common board where all the learning outcomes are similar to everybody. That is the whole point, to knock off the discrepancies in the learning outcomes, and to prepare them. Just to add to that, I know now there are some schools. I know our own school in Delhi, St. Columbus School, where the children are not paying attention to the class 10 and class 12. They are getting ready for CUT. So they're going to some tutors outside who are preparing them, or they're buying books. Books are already out in the market, how to prepare for CUT. So those guys are cracking that CUT. So that is what will happen eventually. Students are going to look for other resources. That's what I think.
I just want to add up to that. Now, when we talk about the CUT, now I think we have a common curriculum structure where we have a common, we have learning objectives which are common, we have teaching objectives which are common, and we also have topics which will be common, but of course there will be a local flavor in it as well. So I think if different boards follow the same curriculum structure, our students will not have any difficulty in preparing for the CUT. And I think MBOs will also have to bring out its own curriculum structure basing on the NCF. And I think the NCF will come out very soon. And I think also that, I'm not thinking, but I'm sure that the NCF will give direction to all the boards to have a standardized kind of a program where students can be able to compete with other boards as well. So this is a suggestion which can come from the state government as well. So the MBOs can also have can keep this in mind.
one last question. One more question, please, before we wind up. Anyone?
Hello, good evening. I'd like to ask a question to Father about vocational education. And I was wondering, being a principal of a school, is it possible or not to create a sort of an awareness program from ITI to schools? Because see, you're right when you talk about when the stigmatization of vocational subjects, and without experiencing yourself, at least through awareness programs, at least from master trainers coming to schools and actually showing the kids what it's all about. I mean, most parents and most children would not even want to try it because they might think it might be dangerous or such things. So, isn't there a kind of a outreach program or something for ITI? Okay.
So thank you so much for that very good question. So regarding that, that's true because I realized myself I'm not aware also before, 5 years before. So right now, how do we do regarding the awareness? We have we spread through YouTube, social media, and then through news, local news channel. We are doing that. But this is what we do is we go to some. We have not gone to big colleges. Of course, we have gone to St. Anthony's, to Women's College, to Changadev College. We have gone to tell them regarding all the vocational training and what are the courses and who can come for the courses. We have gone to few schools and colleges, and then we also went to the villages. We actually we went to the different villages, telling them regarding the courses that even if you fail or do not be totally discouraged, there are some other options. I think this 2 years we have gone to more than 100 villages there. We have staff which we call as mobilizer. We have mainly focus on the villages, and then we go to different shops at the different centers where we just space out what are the things that's going on in different ITIs. But as you said, we still have many more. We have to improve that awareness programs in different colleges and school, and because many of them are not yet aware of this. So thank you so much for that idea. We will continue to make that, the people aware of it. Thank you.
Our last question. Yes, I have one question. A very simple question, which is related with the speech of Madam Suma. And now we are told not to write and fail in the program. Can you suggest what is the optional word for fail?
I think it would be better to use the word needs improvement. Okay, needs improvement. And I think the word fail, compartmental, these words will really discourage and it'll give a kind of a negative vibe to our students. So I think we can say, we can use the word needs improvement. Any suggestion from the house? Yes. Attention? Essential repeat. Okay, essential repeat. Okay, we also use that term, essential repeat. Do you agree? Yeah, it's okay. You can give some other suggestion, essential repeat. Essential repeat on the subject, I think, which a person will, which the student might fail in. Yeah, we should not use the word fail. Yeah, again, I'm using it. Any suggestion from the house?
Like, the essential repeat of the subject will be in the midterm. But on the annual exam, where we give the promotion, where we declare the results, how will we set the essential repeat on the subject?
I think we have to give them a chance to repeat that paper. maybe after a month before the next session starts? I think we can do that, right? I do not know. I think the principals from the school can give a better idea on this.
I think, well, with on that note, I think we can all, think about it and then come up with the most relevant adjective for to replace the word fail. And on that note, once again, I'm grateful that to the three speakers, we have benefited from their presentation and delivery. And I think it's time now for the next session. Thank you very much.
Hello and good evening. Everyone must be tired, right? I know. I'm also tired. It's always very, very tough to hold the very last session of any seminar or workshop or conference. In fact, this is the second last. It's not exactly the last. There's one more, which is a valedictory function. So this is the second last session, and it's very, very tough. I understand. It is even more tougher. It is even more tougher when we are discussing a subject matter like NEP 2020, because I believe this is not the first time we are doing it, right? All of us, we have been doing this for quite some time. We have been reading about this for quite some time. And I think this, again, will not be the last time that we'll be having a program on NEP. So that is why my job becomes a bit difficult, because I will have to maintain the interest of the entire house. And while at the same time, we are going to talk about a subject matter which we have been talking for the last 2 years and for many months altogether. But still, I will try my best, and I will request all the esteemed panelists present here to kindly give your best, so that the house will leave from this panel discussion with some new information which they can take along with them. And in order to make it a bit interesting, this is how we're going to have the panel discussion. The focus of the panel discussion will be on the house. We would like to see your points of view. We would like to have your opinions, your suggestions. In fact, we would like to have your questions as well. And from here, we would try to address all of those issues which may rise up during the course of this particular panel discussion. A big thank you to Synod College, to Sir Baldwin, with whom I have been in touch for quite some time concerning this program. And a warm welcome once again from my side to all the panelists present in this particular discussion. So this is what we're going to do. We are simply going to focus on implementation at the school level. We are not going to touch anything else. We are simply going to focus on implementation at the school level. But you must be thinking that that is what we did from yesterday, right? But with a slight difference. And the difference is this. I already had a talk with all of the panelists, and I requested each and every one of them that what we're going to do is that each and every panelist, they will not speak at random. Rather, looking at the policy, NEP, Meghalaya, the government of Meghalaya, and implementation at school level, I have identified 4 key points which we would like to touch upon in this particular panel discussion. And I requested all the panelists to, just think on these points, and each and every panelist will speak on these points only for 2 minutes, just for 2 minutes. After that, we shall take questions and suggestions and opinions from the house on these 4 key points. We will not divert anywhere else. The first key point which came to mind, looking at schools, the government, the state of Meghalaya, and implementation, the first one which came to mind was strategies in implementation. And for strategies in implementation, for this particular key point, the speaker from amongst the panelists will be Dr. R. Ravichandran. Dr. R. Ravichandran, I requested him while sitting with him a while back that he'll be speaking simply on strategy in the context of implementation, means what course of actions we can have. when it comes to implementation. Just for 2 minutes. After that, sir will take a seat, and then we shall have Sir Anwar Mazumdar, who is the Vice Principal of Army Public School, Upper Shillong, and Sir Anwar will be speaking on implementation of NEP in urban schools and rural schools. How do we bridge the gap? Like, for example, certain issues which I have discussed with sir, which I will not like to repeat. Let him talk about them when he comes here to deliver his part of the idea only for 2 minutes. Implementation of NEP in urban schools and rural schools of Meghalaya, how do we bridge the gap? After that, I would like to request Madam Iba Kodor Rimpe, who is a Deputy Director, MBOS, Government of Meghalaya. And you see now, slowly as a state, we are having this feeling that, and this is not me saying, I mean, if you analyze what is happening, especially in the last few months, we are having this feeling that as far as implementation of NEP in Meghalaya is concerned, it seems as though we are moving towards what I call a part implementation of NEP. It is not going to be a full or a complete implementation of NEP. It is going to be a part implementation of NEP, whereby things which are easy for us, which suit us, we are going to do that, and things which are pretty difficult for us and confusing and difficult to implement, we are not going to implement that. Now, what are the impacts of this? So, Madam Rimpe will be talking on this part implementation of NEP only from the context of our state, Meghalaya, and in the context of schools. Just for 2 minutes. Then Madam will take her seat. And last of all, Professor Sungo will be talking about milestones in implementation. Not the milestones of NEP, but our milestones. Milestones in implementation. As we go about, let's say, if not every month, at least every quarter, what should be the milestones when it comes to implementation in schools? And how do we go about that? Since Professor Sungo was the last person I talked to regarding the key areas, that's why she's going to speak last. She'll have some time. So to be fair to everyone, otherwise later she'll be like, you didn't give me time. So of course, ma'am, on the lighter side. So now I would like to call each and every esteemed panelist to please come here one after the other and give your point of views only for 2 minutes. First of all, I would like to call Dr. R. Ravichandran, Strategies in Implementation.
Thank you. The strategies for implementing NEP in this state of Meghalaya or for any other state. So the first thing is you must read the NEP document. Everyone should read and understand. It is not knowing what is NEP. You must understand what is written in that and what has to be done. That is the first thing all of you have to do. Then second, engage with the stakeholders who are all will be involved in it. It may be the state government, departments, various departments, the various schools, NGOs, various training partners, the various departments in the central ministry. So you should connect with all these stakeholders to implement the NEP. Then establish a implementation committee. The government should establish an implementation committee which will coordinate all these aspects. Then develop an action plan. The government should develop an action plan which will be followed for successful implementation. Then capacity building. Capacity building of teachers and heads of schools. It's very, very, very essential. Then infrastructure development. For anything, we need some minimum infrastructure. So that needs to be created. If it is not available, it can be even shared. Then bring in curriculum reform. What all you need to put into the curriculum. So you'll have to develop a new curriculum taking all the aspects of NEP 2020. Then the main part, as our brother had told, assessment and evaluation. This is the target point for any kind of learning. So you will have to work on assessment and evaluation. Then technology integration. Today we have so many technologies. Everywhere we use technology, and technology helps in being smart. So technology integration is very, very essential. Then what is happening on the ground? For that you must have a monitoring and evaluation committee to see whether we are on the right track or not. Then finally, public awareness and communication with the public. This is very, very, very important. Then only the entire system will coexist. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm given the topic how to bridge the gap between urban schools and rural schools in Meghalaya for implementing the National Education Policy 2020. See, the structural aspects of NEP is yet to come. That 5+, 3+, 4 is yet to come. So we have to wait. Once it comes, we have to implement it. Now, bridging the gap. First of all, as sir rightly mentioned, all of us, we need to read that 66 pages PDF published by Ministry of Education. We need to know what exactly it is. Then followed by National Curriculum Framework for foundational stage, then National Curriculum Framework for school education. The draft is already ready. It is published. The publics are asked to give their feedback. It is there in NCERT website. Now what we can do as the head of the institution, we can collaborate with each other. See, urban schools has its own features. Better infrastructure, better quality of teachers, I will say. It's available, easily available. But in rural school, you will not have that infrastructure which is there in urban schools. So what needs to be done? Yes, government will take care of these, but we should not wait for the government, as I mentioned when I was taking the session. Vidyanjali 2.2. If all the schools are government schools, you guys code, you need to register yourself there and explore resources. That these are the things which you require in your schools. Then there are philanthropists, corporate sector, other people, they will see, yes, this school requires this school does not have this, and they will come up. So in this way, we can explore resources instead of waiting for the government to provide us a better infrastructure. Now with regard to the improvement in, I'll say, quality of teachers. What we can do is that we need to empower our teachers. We can organize sessions. We can tell them to take courses in Diksha as well as Nishtha. And after that, what we do in our school, we tell the teachers that you have to take a session for all of us. We have third Saturday off for the children, so all the teachers, we go to the school, and here we ask the teachers, yes, you have to take a session on this particular topic. So when the teachers attend the course, he or she will be mindful, yes, I need to know what is exactly there, and I need to impart to others. So the work is distributed among all, and then what we do is that we learn from each other. So that's here collaboration is, and then as I mentioned, structural aspect is yet to come, but foundational literacy and numeracy which we can do. We can take care of these. We can take care of those experiential learning in the class with the resources available with us. We can take care of competency-based education in the class. That assessment system that Parag said already launched, but yet to come, yet to reach us. So we'll wait and see. But at the same time, as brother rightly mentioned, what they are following, that continuous assessment, formative assessment. If you are not bound to follow certain guidelines, see, we have a pan-India organization. We need to follow the guidelines from standard 1 to standard 12. So we cannot implement what exactly we want. We have to see what other APSs are implementing. But in your case, if you don't have any such bindings, what you can do is that you can continue. This formative assessment, this is a part of our regular teaching learning process. We can continue with that. And that's how we can reach. So there will not be any difference in future between urban schools and rural school if we work in this manner. That's all from my side. Thank you.
A very good afternoon to everyone present here. So just before coming up, I was asked to speak on this topic regarding partial implementation of national education policy. There are things that looks difficult for the state to implement it, and there are things that looks easy and we should go ahead with it. That was what so many have understood on this. So this is just my personal opinion that if we can follow NEP as what it has said and what that has been written out there, I feel it will really benefit our state. Now, to say that, being there at the administrative level, there are certain things that are really, really difficult. And I would like to, coming from MBOs, from a background where we conduct examinations, I would like to put in one very big challenge that we are going to face, once we start to implement NEP. So this is the problem. And I think there are many heads of institutions out here, principals and headmistresses of school, and you know very well that, when we do evaluation in MBOs, we follow what is known as a central evaluation process or spot evaluation, where teachers are required to come to a designated location to correct the papers. So as per NEP, it clearly says that there should be 2 times of examination in a year. One main and one is for improvement. And apart from that, we also have in the draft NCF that was written out there that there will be de-streaming, and then there will be semester systems, which we don't know whether it will be the final one or not, but it's there in the pre-draft. So we will have de-streaming, and then we will have semester systems for class 11 and 12. So semester system means we are going to have exams twice in a year. So we have to call the teachers for evaluation twice in a year to MBOs or to wherever the location is. So that is just an example. Of course, I hope that this problem that, we are cracking our heads right now in MBOs, and I hope that, a comprehensive decision with, with consultation with other stakeholders and even from the government, we will come up with a solution to this. So, yes, as I said earlier, that implementation, partial implementation, we hope that we, we are able to reach at least the basic things that are required. For example, another example is someone was asking a question regarding CUET. Just before this session, I heard that question regarding CUET. So, with the setting up of Parak was set up under NEP. With the setting up of Parak, now we will be, all boards in India will be monitored. That, we follow the same curriculum, we have this, the similar type of syllabus, the same test items. So I feel that this is also one of the very important thing that we need to achieve as a board, that we should be at par with all other boards. We are trying now from our side and from MBO's side, we have been adopting CBSE syllabus for commerce and arts and a few, commerce and science and a few subjects in the arts stream. So hopefully, this partial implementation is, not partial, may not be maximal. Of course, there are so many challenges that we will be facing, but hopefully, we will be able to achieve up to a certain level. So thank you.
Respected fellow panelists in the dais, again, and respected and esteemed heads of institutions, faculty members, and also resource persons, I've been given the hardest part of this discussion. I'm not going to touch on every aspect. I've just thought about few aspects which we can think about on how to implement the NEP. First of all, let us start from the beginning. Okay. Now, proficiency in reading with understanding and numeracy. All right. Now, how can you implement this? Now, the Department of School Education and Literacy, Ministry of Education launched a national initiative of proficiency in reading with understanding and numeracy on the 5th of July 2021. So the target which we should set is maybe, I do not know whether we'll be able to complete this, before 2026-27. This should be the target where this particular initiative should be undertaken. The next one, Vidya Parvesh. This is a 3-month play-based school preparation program. Now, this also will require a lot of training for teachers, and the training programs which will be given should be given in such a way so that before the implementation of the NEP 2020, implementation of the National Education Policy in the state, I think 3-4 programs should be organized on this particular aspect. And maybe by 2024-25, we should be able to, train the teachers on the play-based school preparation program. Then we also have the Diksha here. Now, this is the beneficiaries for this is are the foundational stage children, teachers, parents, community, educational planners, educational implementers. So actually this Diksha started in the year 2021. And I really do not know, because I'm not in the school level, I do not really know how many training programs have been there. But I think by 2025, we should be able to complete training the teachers on this aspect as well. Then we also have the Nipun. This is the Bharat Mission Planning and Implementation Template. Now, here, what the state government can do is, of course, this has been implemented in the year 2020, in the month of April. So I think this will take time as well. So at least before 2027, we should be able to complete this program as well. So here, there are many, how to implement this program. The first one is diagnostic and goal setting issues, where diagnosis of critical enablers and setting of different FLN goals should be set up. Then secondly, the academic outcomes, providing high quality teaching and learning materials, capacity building of teachers and teacher educators, students assessment, multi-stakeholders communication and awareness plan.
So the government, I think, the government of Meghalaya should take care on these issues, should keep note rather on these issues where implementation is also very important. But to implement this, again, we need training. And again, I would like to reiterate that the year 2027 can be the deadline for completing the program of training. Then, of course, we have the assessment tool. Now, Brother Solomon was talking about the assessment tool, and even Professor Ice had mentioned about the accreditation and monitoring system of the schools. So this preparation also should be made, and this assessment tool should be common to all schools so that everyone will be able to follow and achieve the parameters that are there in this tool. So the tool preparation can take 1 year only. So now it is 2023. So by 2024, this should be in place. The assessment tool should be in place. Then, of course, the holistic progressive card, where Brother Solomon has also mentioned about this. Now, this holistic progressive card is also helpful for us to really measure the critical thinking, creativity, reasoning power, and all the higher mental thinking abilities of students. So we will have to prepare a common type of the progressive card where all schools will have the same type, or maybe a slight variation can be there depending on the availability and depending on the needs of the students. Now, this should be prepared within 6 months, right? So by next year, we should be able to use this as a guide. And then the last one which I want to talk about is the master trainers. Now, we need to train our heads of institutions, our principals, our administrators, and even our teachers with regards to the implementation of the NEP. So I'm hopeful that within 2 years, we can do the needful. And this will be a tedious task for all the higher education institutions and maybe the teacher training institutions where, they will give training to all these stakeholders. So even the parents need to be aware about the NEP implementation. And, we have different types of programs that can be implemented, and different types of programs can be organized in order to create some kind of awareness for all the stakeholders who will be involved in the NEP. So this will be done, I think, within 2 years, we should be able to finish this. That is all.
Thank you so much to all the panelists. Dr. R. Ravi Chandran, Sir Anwar Mazumdar, Madam Eva Kodor Lempe, and Professor Suma for those points that you have raised on those issues that we have identified, the 4 issues. Now, since we have time only till 4:30, which means that we have only 20 minutes time left, for 20 minutes, this particular session is open to the House. If you have any questions on those points which have been mentioned right now, some of them are very, very important points that they have mentioned. If you have any questions, please kindly stand up and address your question to a particular resource person, and then we shall have the interaction. It is open to the House now. Anyone? If you have any questions at all, or maybe you want to say something, you want to add something, or maybe you agree or you disagree, this is the time. I would request all the teachers, all the participants, all the heads of different schools to kindly please, if you have anything at all. All right. If no one is there, then I will ask, because I have a number of issues. After listening to our panel, our panelists over here, I have some of the issues. Of course, some of the points being raised are very pertinent points. Like, for example, Dr. Ravi Chandran, he spoke about, amongst many things, he spoke about having an action plan. Not that action plan given by the NEP 2020, our own action plan. Something which is missing till now, right? When we talk about NEP, normally we go to that action plan. That is all right. Let's talk about our own action plan. So he has raised a very pertinent point. We must have an action plan. And then he was talking about technological integration and how this is important to make the students, and I really like the word that he used, smart. All right? So he was using that particular term, technological integration to make the students smart. And one more point he raised, which was very, very important, the importance of monitoring and evaluation committee. Many things he has said, sir has said many things, but these three important points are there. So my question is this. In a state like Meghalaya, where 40% of the population are below the poverty line, actually I think the figure is more than that, but let's go by 40%, where 40% of the population are below the poverty line, and technology will cost money for the parents, for the child, for the school. It will cost money. How exactly do we work when it comes to this technological integration that we are looking at? So you can sit.
Thank you. Again, I'll come back to the army. In army, in the training process, they have 100-kilometer running. 100-kilometer running. So everybody used to ask, is it possible? So why they have kept is, already the training has the component. But as they run, then they start running. Okay. So anything has a solution. You have to put the first step forward. Recently in Leh, again there they were talking about all internet connection. They don't have any connection, what to do. Anybody read about this? This is very recent. So they have explored various possibilities and they have come out with a new innovative idea. They have installed certain instruments on mountain peaks. Okay, they have several mountain peaks. So on the peak, they have installed an instrument which converts the internet into optical data. So through that device, any school can access that optical light, which converts that again into the internet what we use. Okay. So we need to explore things. We always look what is available. And as we see today, our awareness is very less. Unless we are aware what is available, we cannot use. Okay. So first thing is awareness. For awareness, we need to collaborate. We should have networking. Like today, so many of you have assembled. You must have a WhatsApp group so that easily you can pass on information. Okay. So today in Leh, there is no issue of internet connectivity. Okay. So like that, we need to find out. For everything, there will be some way. Okay.
Applause, please. Everyone is so tired, actually. Thank you so much, sir, for your points. Thank you so much.
I'm a little concerned about, very much concerned about the rural-urban divide. And I don't know where this question is going to. Any of you can answer that. But I personally feel, why should the teachers in the villages, we have a school also there, why should they be underqualified? Or why should they not be qualified and give the best to the students. What I mean is this, like we have a school which is just got embossed affiliation or whatever, and the teachers are only class 12 pass, class BA pass or whatever. Can't we? Why do they have to do B.Ed? We have only 2 B.Ed colleges here in Shillong. And there are so many teachers. Why can't we modify our whole teacher education system so that the teachers can be skilled to teach? Teaching is about communication and how you transmit the information, make it lively. So why can't we do it with or modify the whole B.Ed structure? I've seen so many teachers coming from the B.Ed colleges, half of them can't teach. It's a fact. Okay, so why can't we change and make our teacher education system different and more creative and more, don't just go for the paper, no, the degree. How can you teach? Right? So that our village teachers, the children, we can educate them how to teach. Then the standard of education will be accessible. I mean, it will be good. Because I'll tell you why. Why I'm saying that is this. People come and say, admission time. They're all coming to say admits. I'm not saying we are great. Why do you want to come here? Why can't you go to the school which is there, next to your neighbors? No? And answer is no, your school is good, education standard is good. Point is, why can't we raise the standard of those schools? That means a teaching fraternity. So, in the rural areas, if we can come up with a teaching thing, also, what do you have something to say that? Why can't we change the teacher education system? That's my idea.
Will anyone take that?
So when Madam showed that connecting the dots, what was in your mind? You were all trying to connect through the dot. You don't want to go out of that. But the solution was outside. Okay. So we are always into a system like a poultry hen. You put the poultry hen outside, it cannot run, it cannot fly. It has never seen that. So that is our system. See, the policy is correct, but when we implement the policy, there every problem arises. So why do you ask for a certificate, MSc in chemistry or B.Ed, M.Ed, why we fix this certificate? Because if somebody is getting that certificate means he has that sufficient knowledge. But practically today it doesn't happen. Everybody can have the certificate without having proper knowledge. So why we should go behind that certificate? You see whether the person is able to do that, give him the job. Most of the IT companies are doing this. With even the +2, he can become team leader. Only thing whether he is able to do. Because today you have so many options of self-learning. You need not go to a B.Ed college to learn that. Without going to college, you can learn. So I recommend every teacher, you should have your own interest for self-learning. So that's my...
I just want to add to what Sir was saying just now. Now, a teacher needs to have certain abilities. Now, these abilities are very important. And once you acquire these abilities, you will be able to teach your students in such a way that you have mastered them. Now, for example, now if a teacher is able to have the ability to create something, to innovate something which is new. Now, this ability, this skill of creation needs to be mastered by that teacher. And mastering of that creativity skill will require certain practices which will help that teacher to be able to reach that level of satisfaction. So unless a teacher is creative himself or herself, the teacher will not be able to really understand the creativity of the child. So once the teacher has accumulated or mastered the skill of creativity, I'm sure the teacher will be able to also assess and measure the creativity of her students. This is just a simple example. So when we talk about B.Ed programs or DELED programs, over and above the mastery of the subject, teachers need to practice certain skills which will help them to translate that knowledge into something which is beautiful and into something which will be helpful for the students' development at let's say overall development, especially the mental capacities of the students. So, I really agree with what Brother is saying. Suppose a teacher is not able to complete the training program, definitely there should be some kind of training where this particular teacher should get access to in order to be able to be a better teacher at that level. Because class 12 qualified teacher will not be able to teach higher level students, like higher, for example, they cannot go to the secondary level. But if they want to teach at the secondary level, they need to have a certain qualification which will qualify them and which will be able to help them to be able to cater to the needs of those students. So I think at every level, at every stage, we do need some kind of training, and there can be bridge courses which can also help these teachers to be able to qualify themselves, because nowadays in many rural schools we find that many of our teachers have not even completed their undergraduate level. So we can have bridge courses for them in order to be able to help them to overcome these challenges which they are facing in the school.
Okay, to add up to what Madam Sungo had just said, MBOS has been conducting exams for these primary teachers for those who have not attained 45 marks in their class 12. We have been doing that for 3 or 4 years. So with the experience that I have seen there, what I gained from there is that there was an incident where one teacher came and wanted to look at his answer script because he did not pass. And so we gave him the photocopy. We always give photocopies to answer scripts. And after seeing the photocopy, he started challenging us that, why don't you give marks? I have written something out here, why don't you give marks? We were being taught, he said to us, we were being taught that if a child writes something or the other, a marks should be given. So, at that point in time, it made me think he had not, I don't know whether he had passed class 12 or not, but there are some who came, even who have not passed class 12, but some who have not achieved 45%. So it made me think, that they should be getting proper training. That's the simple word that I can say. They should get proper training on what is the difference between teaching a child and an adult, So all these, as ma'am said, all these desired qualification at certain levels, I think needs to be attained by a teacher. Thank you.
Sir Anwar, would you like to add something? It's okay. Any more questions from the house? Anyone? All right. Since we still have a few minutes left, let me ask two more questions. Let me ask Sir Anwar. So Sir Anwar talked about a number of things. One of the things he talked about was, urban schools and rural schools can collaborate. I think that is easier said than done. But since you have said it, so how exactly do we go about this?
See, as I mentioned about Vidyanjali 2.0, even we as an institution, we have already adopted one schools. And what we are doing is that trying to find out the difficulties faced by the schools and how we can improve the standard of their schools. So that's how we can collaborate. This is just a simple example. We identified, okay, yes, which school is nearby lacking some problem, they don't have proper resources like us. Then we went and we requested the school kindly register in Vidyanjali 2.0. You won't believe, we visited the school twice, and finally we requested the principal of the school to come to our school, and we helped the principal to register in Vidyanjali 2.0. And then what we did is that we accepted, we mentioned, okay, kindly do that, these are the things which you want, and accordingly we are working on it. See, there are facilities which we have in our institution. Many institutions which are there in Shillong, they have similar type of facilities. But these facilities are not there in urban schools. What we can do is that it's a matter of some initiative, a kind of determination, willpower is required. One day we can plan, say for example, we have an astronomy, space and astronomy lab in our school. We have in our school AI, BI lab. We have auto tinkering laboratories in our schools. So what we do is that we try to get the children from the nearby schools to get an exposure to these labs. So as I mentioned, it's just a willpower, determination, why I should have only the resources and why only the children who are coming to our schools, they should only enjoy the benefit of these resources which we have. Let the other children of the society should also experience, enjoy. We invited one day one schools and we gave them exposure to auto tinkering lab. We made them sit with our children. We did not, teacher was there, a kind of mentor. The students of our schools who did work in that auto tinkering lab, we made them sit with the other students. And then they discuss, they share their experience. And it was a wonderful experience. And we have many things to do that we'll be doing. And all the urban schools, if they do like that, when they visit one another schools, they will see what is there in that school, what needs to be taken from that school, and accordingly, when we go back to the school, we'll try to implement, if possible. That's how we can do that. Thank you.
Sir Anwar has rightly pointed out, and really we can bridge this gap by where the NEP has emphasized on sharing the best practices in a school that can be shared. In this case, if we have a very good practice which is in the urban school, I think that can be exposed. The exposure can be given to the students and teachers of the rural schools, because it says sharing of resources. It can be your human resource, your teachers. It can be your resources can be in terms of the exposure to the laboratory, the library, and and so on, and especially the best practices. Like if we take, for example, if I may take, for example, St. Edmund's School, they have one of the very good practices now in terms of the. I think that that exposure to some of the rural schools or some of the schools in the suburbs, I think that will really also help and cater to that, maybe the gap that is there. Thank you.
Very short.
Yeah, in addition to that, also, I would also like to suggest that within the rural schools also you will be having a number of schools. Now, within the vicinity of 1 kilometer up to 3 kilometers, you can share the resources here as well. So the NEP has given this provision that sharing of resources can be done within the vicinity of that particular school. So at the most 3 kilometers, 1 to 3 kilometers, that can be done. But if it is more than 3 kilometers, then it becomes very difficult for students to, share the resources. So over and above what our two speakers have said, even Professor Danny has also mentioned, this sharing of resources is very important. And we have these school complexes, clustering of schools. This is also very important. So even the teachers from the urban areas can go to these schools once in a week or twice in a week, to give some kind of teaching, which will help the rural students as well. Now, the digital divide, like you said, is also an important issue which we need to talk about. But due to the paucity of time, I think it's very difficult, because I find that many of the rural schools, have this problem. And even at our level, when we had to take the online classes, many students had to go to the top of the hill or climb a tree in order to get the connection. So this is also another problem where the state government should take a strong initiative in order to provide the internet facilities to these rural schools.
I think in Meghalaya, let each adult adopt one child and teach the child.
All the points are well taken, but I have one piece of advice for everyone, especially the ones near Upper Shillong, around Upper Shillong. Make Sir Anwar your Facebook friend. Do that. At least take his number. Right, sir? Okay, good. Sir Baldwin, just two more issues, small issues. Just give us 3 minutes time. They are important, that's why. Rimpesh mentioned something regarding evaluation and examinations and semester examinations and all that. And the way things are moving right now with the state and the state government, like I said earlier, we may be looking at part implementation, not full implementation. And one point that Kong Rimpesh raised was that it may be a possibility here in our state that we are not going to have a uniform curriculum. Because the whole idea of NEP is that for the entire curriculum that we have, everywhere, for the entire country, they must all converge together to the same place, regress together, come together to one particular platform. But if Meghalaya goes the other way, and we say like, maybe we'll not do semester evaluations, or maybe we'll not have a uniform curriculum, or maybe we're not going to do things like what others are doing, it's a strong possibility that our students are going to miss out. And if our students, they miss out, and they don't learn what they're supposed to learn, they don't gain knowledge, they don't gain understanding what they're supposed to understand, that will also hamper upon the development of the state, right? Everything is connected. So how exactly do we go about this? Should we not tell the state government from this particular workshop, Sir Baldwin is here, I don't know whether we're going to have a resolution or something to submit to the state government. I think we should do that. Right? Should we not say something from here that, this is something that we have to do? This is not a compromise, because we are talking about the future of our children. We are talking about the future of our state. This is not a compromise. Rimpe, you have something to say? I know it's tough.
I'll just reiterate what I was saying earlier. So, it's difficult. Of course, we can say it's difficult for full implementation, but there are certain things that we cannot compromise, what I have meant to say earlier. And I have named some of those things which are very important that we need to follow. For example, like the curriculum. What Sir is saying, the semester systems and all that. Now, if we do not comply with that, then what will happen to our children? Suppose, someone had passed 2 semesters and had to be shifted to a different state because of their parents' transfer or something like that. So, these are things that we cannot compromise. And at the moment, we are, together with TRT, MBOS, and all involved, we are still, thinking and working on it, on how to find a solution to all these problems that we are going to face. Thank you.
This in addition to what Madam, yeah, very short. Now, I will just tell you what we have done in the university level, because Dr. Baldwin was saying in his introductory speech that we have started from the top to the bottom. Of course, this is true, but what I feel is there should be an integration right from the lower level to the highest level. Now, we have to see what are the important recommendations which the NEP has made, right from the preparatory stage to the foundational stage, middle stage, secondary stage, undergraduate level, and also postgraduate level. So when we prepare the syllabus, we should also see that these papers should be connected from one stage to the other, so that they will have a proper understanding and also proper knowledge about that area of study. And when we talk about vocational education, we should start right from class 6 to they complete their master's program. When we talk about subjects like science, social science, humanities, and so on and so forth, these elements, the elements which are in these subjects should start right from the school level, and it should continue to the undergraduate level and also to the highest level. So when we prepare the syllabus, we should see that there is continuity right from the lowest stage to the highest stage, so that our students will be able to get that type of education which is let us say quality education, which can be compared to other countries in the world.
Today we are living in a global digital village. Okay. So you must not have any boundary of Meghalaya. There is no boundary at all. So whatever we do, that should be on par with international level. That is what NEP also tells. Whatever skill we provide, it should be of international level. Thank you.
Thank you so much to all the panelists, Sir Anwar, Professor Sungo, Dr. Ravi Chandran, Kong Rimpe. Can we all have a warm applause for them? Thank you so much for everything. And to conclude this particular panel discussion, I would just like to say something. Any policy will require financial allocation. A policy without financial allocation is bound to fail. Thank you.